I'm
assuming
about
will
to
mean
say.
it's gone live. There we go. We've gone live. No longer see the gamer word or any other things for at least half an hour until the invigilators stop watching. Not that anybody ever watches anyway.
All
You
right.
say that, but we've been consistently maintaining the same audience size every week.
Yes, of about 3.
Yes, I'm about to do something that might change that, actually.
Oh yeah.
Oh no.
I've been
Oh
told.
no, you're not going to ping people, are you?
Well, they're gonna get us banned.
Mm,
Fair enough.
Skull keeps suggesting we post in Athens, and to which I
Oh.
say Athens still exists.
I thought Athens was dead.
Precisely.
We really need to, now we've got the car working, actually, take Skog up on a semi-regular in-person D&D.
Not a bad
Right.
idea.
I have not pinged, but I have put out an announcement in Cabal for
Oh.
people to be aware of this.
Yeah.
Yes. So there will be people that might tune in, maybe.
Groovy. Are they going to? They will witness the bailout of Coombe.
Indeed.
I like how the cover image of our campaign is just your face. Or the thumbnail, whatever.
Yeah, there's yet to be an actual proper cover image drawn up by anybody for this campaign, despite being 20 episodes in. That
I thought
might
we
be
had the
something worth
Earth, Wind and Fire album cover.
That's not a
Do
bad
we?
Earth,
idea.
Wind and Journey.
In the era of Grok, I'm surprised Trig hasn't made one yet.
Yeah, with
yeah,
only 2 hands. With exactly 2 hands.
Thing is, Grok 2
Yes.
Grok 2 was not very good with the art. I didn't like Grok 2's art. Grok 1 was good. Grok 3 seems to be better. Yes,
As long
yes.
as you specify a number of hands.
Its recent prompt fucking killed me. The fact that I just basically said, okay, Grok 3, draw me from my posts on X what you think I look like. And it literally came up with the fucking meme that I keep on doing of the Mac 10 with an 8 times suppressor. 8 times scope on the suppressor. Which is, blatantly the Snake Plissken Escape from New York vibe. Which is
Don't mention the one that it did with cat ears, right?
it did one with cat ears, which I was just like, what the fuck is that?
Wait. On you or on the Mac 10?
On me.
I mean, Trig, there is documented evidence of this.
Of what?
Nothing.
Cat ears did not happen.
Right. Whilst you lot all attempt to avoid this particular topic of conversation, I'm going to go piss.
Thank
you lot should do a quick recap.
The whole thing. I want to clarify this thing with regard to the cat. The cat ears was basically a dare / bet by a certain person who essentially said he would do a load of work for us for free if I wore cat ears for basically a year on my headset. So I went, yeah, fine, fuck it, and wore the cat ears on my headset for a year. And certain person then seemed to forget all about the bet / offer of work. Which yeah, I have
anyone I know.
I have thoughts about. I'm not going to talk about who it was. I am just saying that happened. And that is the reason why for a year on various streams and so on, there may or may not have been me with cat ears on. Which is probably why I didn't show my face on most of those.
Might the person who reneged on this deal happen to share a name with a
I'm not
particularly
going to
famous
talk. No,
dragon?
we're not going to talk about names. I'm not into doing that.
Okay.
But
That's fair.
Let's have a recap of the session, of the previous session, shall we?
sure. We had previously been rained off a mountain and had taken shelter in some sort of stone cave shed thing. And whilst we were sort of setting up camp for the night and generally cooking ourselves and getting ready to cook ourselves some nice wyvern steaks, we came upon, or rather, a halfling came upon our shelter and imposed himself for shelter as well. So we allowed him in after Coat scared the living bejesus out of him.
To be specific, we had a discussion as to whether or not when I heard something, I should cast Shatter on it.
Mm-hmm. You did perfectly fine with that. Solid move. Scares away the weak. But this guy came in and yeah. Go on. You're moving?
I have moved the perspective back to the world map to give you guys an idea as to where you are. I am now going to place a new red dot to give you an idea as to where precisely you are.
After you place it,
on
please
all
ping,
the
because
red
there's a
dots.
lot of red dots.
The new red dot is right there, right on the coast.
Ah,
Where?
Follow the orange line, which is an indicator of the coastal road that you guys are traveling upon.
This orange line?
yep.
Yes.
There's a little red dot next to the lake.
Here?
Yep.
Okay. Sometime I'd like to see
Ah.
this map without all the graffiti.
Good luck.
I was about to say, whenever I look at this map, something new has been added to it.
I've literally never seen
going
this
to-
map undefiled.
It's not defiled, it's improved.
Interesting.
Embellished
I'm
upon.
redrawing the orange line thinner so that
No
it
one can
is
see it.
less obtrusive.
I'm going to have to zoom in further to actually be able to see the orange line now. There we go.
Very good.
Didn't there used to be a lake near Valpak?
Yes, they did. I wonder what happened to it. In fact, as a matter of fact, I can confirm that as of your party having left Varpak, the lake was still present in person.
Oh yeah, I see how the map here is kind of a, let's say, monochrome.
Yes. Less textured. Someone's been at it.
If you do have the original image, I'd like if you could post in the Discord at some point, because I would like to see it.
Well, I can do one better. I can temporarily remove all the drawings.
Oh, you wouldn't do such a horrific thing as that now, would you?
Temporarily, yes. Permanently, not a chance.
I think it still would be a good idea to post the original image in the D&D room for us to review. That does actually.
If I do, if I do that, you'll be able to get an idea as to what everything is like.
Wait, that fire is
Right,
actually part of the
are
map?
you telling me Compass Island is not canon?
So that supermassive lake does not exist. Interesting.
The drawings that you can see are indeed present,
The fire up here in the north?
except for that.
Okay.
So much for ruining
Now I
everything.
need to move that to.
I just have a mental image of Cardguard just scratching his head in confusion whilst looking at a map, whilst Bobby is just laughing in the background.
Anyway, it's a cool map.
hiding their drawing equipment.
Yeah.
So it appears to be framed as an acronym. What does TATER stand for?
Tiefling Autonomous Trade Economic Region.
Does that include this?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so it includes Spain.
That-
Got it.
That area in the bottom left is known as Mount Paradise.
Cool.
There we go. All of the drawings and general defilement have been restored.
Right. Well, where did we leave off? We were in a pub, right?
Yes.
You were in a pub known as the Checkpoint, which is I'm not sure if I stated this in the previous session. Actually, it is just prior to a large bridge which extends over the mouth of
That one.
what might have something that might have at one point been a lagoon, but has since had the small spit of land that connects the two bits of land together, therefore separating out this into a lake, removed for the purposes of allowing shipping travel to go underneath said bridge.
So this place is called the Checkpoint, yeah?
It is.
So now
Presumably
if
at
we
one
die,
point
is
it
this
was a
where we'll
checkpoint.
respawn?
Well, there's only one way to test that.
I don't want to kill Kovac's couch off just yet.
A wise choice.
So is it
So-
still storming down?
I would imagine that by now your party would have stayed the majority of the night, if not the entire night, in the inn, and would have woken up to experiencing a heavy battering of wet weather against the outer walls and roof, confirming that the storm has seemingly not let up.
But have we had any more fish?
Well, looking outside of the inn, you don't see any fish, but you do smell something. Roll me a perception check. If you roll high enough, I will tell you exactly what it is you smell.
Give me a moment to get my character sheet up.
Cardgar, I will say that your particular sense of smell tells you that you are near the sea.
Ah, see, I thought you were going to say something about wet bear.
No, the bear has the bear has sheltered in a little side bit that would normally keep horses, but thankfully there are no horses to keep.
Oh,
like the
there we
post
go. A
Except for
5.
Coatrack horse.
A natural 5 +1.
But what does Actually, you don't get nat ones. You're a halfling.
Oh, you're right.
Indeed.
I'll take it.
Bobby can smell the sea.
Oh, reminds me of that last back in Varpak. Or maybe the sea.
Ugh.
Oh god, just raises an eyebrow at you.
But yes, the air is smelling distinctly sea-like, which is interesting because whilst the sea is definitely close, it should be smelling more like a lake. So perhaps it's a rather salty lake.
Hmm.
Who
The
upset
checkpoint
the lake?
The checkpoint that you are at, by the way, it does have a view of the of this lake that you were able to see, and whilst there haven't been any ships traveling up or down, it's entirely possible that just the heavy rainfall is obscuring your ability to see out that far. Anyway, I would presume that you guys would just deal with the fact that it's raining and make your way along the continued road. Unless you have any other plans.
Can I roll something to see if I was able to create the? I think I was trying to create like some boots for Bobby made out of the bear pelts. Or did I already do that?
Bear pelt?
Yeah, we trapped and killed a bear like 3 sessions ago and harvested it.
Oh yes, I remember. You if
A
memory
different bear.
serves, you slowly tortured it to death through insults.
Roughly, yes.
I just remember something about chains that magically kill it.
Yeah, there was a bit of that too. I believe you used your dancing object ability to bring to life a series of interconnected bear traps, which just kind of constricted it to death whilst everybody hurled insults at it.
Pretty much. And then use mending on the corpse to get good resources.
We did we have to mend
Yes.
the corpse? I thought we used basically psychic damage.
The psychic damage, yes, but the bear traps are kind of spiky,
Oh, okay, there was bear traps used.
Yeah.
All right.
So,
In either
I'm
case,
assuming-
a kill that would make Peter proud.
I don't get it.
PETA.
Oh, that one.
yes.
Okay,
the,
I get
Yes.
it.
Yes.
The animal rights people that take people's pets
Uh,
into the front garden.
Yeah,
and
sorry.
murder
Not,
them.
in my defense,
not the guy that takes children to Neverland.
I was gonna say in my defense, I recently watched Hook rewatch, but
I got that correct.
yeah. So can I roll some sort of related skill for that?
Yeah, go ahead and roll for me whatever you feel would be most appropriate. Bear
I
in
have
mind, you would need to incorporate some form of magic into this, since unless you are literally just using the raw flesh of the bear, it kind of requires tanning to turn it into a leather-like substance.
who would Cardgon know that?
Well, does Cardgar have proficiency in any relevant skills?
He's got brewer's proficiency and tinker's tools proficiency.
Tinker's tools is things like devices and mechanical bits and pieces, not really leatherwork.
All right. Well, I guess I'll open it up to the wider group because we've got all this wyvern material and bear material.
Why don't we find
do.
somebody that can actually do something with it that's skillful? We will
That would be
eventually run
smart.
into someone. At
That
some
would be
point.
smart.
Yeah, because
Hmm.
those boots are looking a bit like soggy flesh at the moment.
I mean,
Well, I imagine at this point that the boots haven't been made into boots yet.
Hopefully not. Soggy, rancid, rotting.
I mean,
Bear
to
Yeah.
be fair,
It's
he
good.
did successfully make you a bear helmet.
Yes.
Wasn't that made by basically just scraping off all of the jiggly bits from the skull,
Yes.
which itself has marrow in it,
Yep.
which can rot?
Yep. That's going to go pretty nasty after a while.
All I say is,
Yeah.
you might want to go back and check because I think I got a nat 20 on that. So, nat 20.
I will take your word for it in that it is an expertly peeled bear skull,
I'm okay with that.
with the bottom half of it cut off for the purposes of sticking a halfling's cranium inside. That
Well,
does
I
raise
guess
a question, though. Which would be larger, a halfling's head or a bear's brain?
I don't think it matters. Once something turns into equipment, it just magically changes size to whoever's wearing it, does it not?
Only if it's magical equipment.
No.
No.
It generally in D&D, if you pick up half plate, that half plate will fit a halfling or a Goliath.
Ryan.
Yeah.
In my setting, unless it's magical, No, that doesn't work. If you kill a human and you try to wear that human's clothing, it will look like a small child wearing his dad's stuff.
Does that mean when we loot boots in your setting from people, we need to note down what shoe size they are?
Nope. Though I do recommend that if you intend to loot boots off people, that you specialize in killing children.
Wait, what?
Nobody needs to specialize in killing children. Killing children is really easy.
Well, listen, that doesn't stop certain doctors.
It's getting worse. So
Not that I have any experience in it, and please, anyone viewing, don't kill children. No matter how easy
Yes,
it is.
killing children is bad. It's
Look,
very
preemptive-
unsportsmanlike.
Listen, spawn camping's one thing. They'll wait. They don't even wait for them to spawn.
Yeah.
Like
Oh,
loading screen
Christ.
camping.
See, this is why TF2 have team-specific barriers to prevent people from getting into spawn.
Yeah, because people.
What?
Team Fortress 2 was awful for spawn camping. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, getting on with the session. The halfling who has joined your party, whose name escapes me, looks to your traveling companions and says, "Well then, I would like to get going. Are we gonna continue traveling along, or am I heading off by myself, or do you lot stay here?"
Well, it doesn't look like the weather's getting any better. We may as well carry on. Trying to work out if there's a way of dealing with this weather in some way.
I mean, I don't mind the rain, it's the lightning that's the problem.
I mean, that's understandable considering your experiences. The fish
Aye,
is
that
also
was a bit of a
worth-
shocker, wasn't it?
Aha, I see what you did there.
He grins.
I cast Shatter on him. Nah. Thinks about it, but doesn't.
I like to imagine that you just go through the hand motions and he just shits himself. In fact, you know what? Coatrack, if you want to do that, roll me a performance check.
I'd rather not.
Can I give him bardic inspiration on this?
Nah. That does sound funny, but I don't think I will.
Right.
Let's not threaten that literal fucking annihilation spells. A vicious mockery, however.
Well, what is the range on vicious mockery?
60 feet, I think.
60 feet.
I like that of casting vicious mockery and someone getting arrested for bullying.
Only if you're in England.
You violated the bullying ordinance. What do you mean? The guy died. Brain started oozing out of his head.
See, according to base D&D rules, an NPC only has like 4 health.
Yeah,
So
I know.
theoretically,
It's
you
extremely
could
dangerous.
Yeah, you could literally mock someone to death.
Oh yeah.
Speed rules are particularly biased towards Bards.
Yeah, no, an ordinary civilian, you gotta remember, they're weaker than a level 1 adventurer.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
It's quite
Oh, man. So, making your way out of the inn, you were all struck by the salty nature of the wind and the rain, noting that, like the time when the fish fell from the sky, the rain itself does appear to be salty. So presumably there is a decent amount of ocean water being kicked up with whatever storm is raging overhead right now.
Sting your eyes after.
Yeah, I would. Thankfully, there doesn't seem to be much in the way of sand.
Wait, would it?
Would make it even worse.
Salt
Yes, it
water
would.
in your eyes would be quite nasty after.
It's not that bad.
I've experienced salt water in the eyes. It stings initially, but then after like a good half hour, you just kind of deal with it.
Tears are naturally salty anyway, but tears can get a bit stingy, I've heard.
Well, tears are less salty than seawater.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
exactly.
if you're in rough sea, I've done like 4 or 5 hours across a 4-6 wind on the English Channel, and good gods, we were getting drenched, and I don't recall it stinging at all.
No?
No.
Well, clearly you are not a mere landlubber like the rest of us.
That could be it. It's a different breed.
Swarthy, salty
Indeed.
sea dog, etc.
Mm-hmm.
Though swarthy doesn't really fit.
So, traveling along, you find yourself back to the road after a 5-minute wander eastwards, and soon find yourself traveling northwards again until you happen across a stone archway. The dwarven paved road that you have been traveling, that you have been traveling upon, makes way towards a bridge of sorts. A stone arrangement where there seems to be a series of spanning arches that just goes on and on into the far distance, with you not being able to see the end of said bridge. The archway itself appears to have some rudimentary shelter built into it that doesn't appear to be manned in any way. Besides that, the most noteworthy thing about this bridge is that there are sources of light dotting along both sides. Parallel with one another, these sources of light are presumably there to prevent ships from being able to crash into the bridge, whilst also being able to provide a source of light to anybody crossing it. What is noteworthy about this is that unless the bridge suddenly becomes a lot taller towards the middle of its spans, presumably only relatively short boats, ones with collapsible masts or some other form of ability to not be so tall, are able to pass under this thing. In either case, as you make your way along it, the wind seems to not give any form of relent, continuing to batter in, coming in almost sideways as it makes its way over. Right.
This wind has no wind and weather has no chill, or rather has lots of chill, but yeah, no chill. I wonder how long they can keep throwing this at us, and why.
Well, the halfling whose name I continue to not remember looks at you and just says, "I don't know. Is it just me, or has the wind actually gotten worse?"
Don't know, can't tell. It's not throwing lightning at us at the moment or fish, so it's not worse as it has been, or as bad as it has been. But yeah, it's nasty.
Hey. And he continues to just simply trudge along, wearing his presumably somewhat water-resistant cloak to shield himself from the eastwardly wind. And as you continue to make your way along this bridge, I would like anybody who feels as though they would be paying special attention to not just where they're walking to roll me either a perception check or a nature check.
Ooh,
Sure.
choices.
I'm gonna get perception.
Go for perception. I'm good at
And-
perception rolls.
I have the same on both, so nature, because I've left soft and never reason to use it.
Good lords, I've actually been good at perception
And that's
rolls
why I
this
don't use
time.
That's the
My
first time for
God.
everything.
I know, right?
Well, the rest of you are just mostly interested in preventing yourselves from being washed away by the wind and off into the water below. But Bobby seems to have managed to spot something a little interesting. Further up ahead, only just visible through the squall of wind and rain, you're able to see that there are apparently a series of particularly aggressive waves having been kicked up and throwing themselves onto the bridge itself ahead of you. Mostly visible by the fact that the wind is these waves are seemingly obscuring the sources of light in the distance. Do with this information what you will.
Say that again. Sorry, I was rubbing my eyes for a second, and I missed part of that. I think.
Must be all the salt water stinging them.
The
Go on.
there is the wind is seemingly kicking some particularly high and aggressive waves onto the bridge itself, visible by the fact that even though you can't really see that far ahead of you, the light sources that dot either side are being intermittently cut out as large waves of water batter themselves onto the bridge.
The wind is picking up water and throwing it over onto the top of the bridge. Christ. Okay.
And seemingly Bobby is the only person to spot this.
I'm going to point this out to people and go, "Oh, look out! There's waves coming over the edge of the bridge up ahead." I think. Can you see? I can't see anything in this weather. It's awful. I feel like I need some sort of, shield or something. Do anything like that. Minor illusion won't work. Won't keep.
No. What do you reckon, Wizard? You got anything that will lift us up above these waves?
I'm not a wizard. I'm a sorcerer. And
Oh, it's the same thing.
give me a moment to think. He seemingly just stops for a moment, considering his options.
Hold on, he stops
Says-
considering his options.
The halfling that's accompanying you.
Right.
I had a feeling I might need it, but I can only do this so many times, he says, as he enlightens you all to the fact that he can cast control water.
You can cast control water. So all of this rain that's hitting us in the face, you could control that to go elsewhere, or perhaps sort of form a shield over us.
No. It
Huh?
only lasts 10 minutes.
Uh-huh.
But you reckon if a wave came and washed over this bridge, you could at least make us a clear bubble that we could walk through?
He thinks for a moment. I reckon I might be able to.
Right, how long's this bridge?
It's at least a mile.
Yeah, 10 minutes should be fine. 10, 20. How many casts of this thing you got?
Just the one.
Should be fine. Wait until a bit. Does it take long?
He he thinks for a moment and says, "To go through, to start. No, I could start it right now if I wanted to."
But, I mean, if a wave came for us, could you start it then? Or do you reckon you'd need to do it beforehand?
I reckon I'd need to get it going before then.
Right, Bobby,
An
you let
actual
us know
rather
when
than
the
a
wave's
reaction.
coming in, when we're getting close, and then we can put our protections up and just hopefully walk through it.
See what I can do.
Hardcore's just been staring up at the clouds while all this is going on, and he just makes an observation that they're probably up there in the clouds right now.
Who?
Sorry, what's in the clouds?
Well, that fellow was talking about dragons, wasn't he?
Well, the land
Uh,
dragons that run out and zap you. Those dragons.
Yeah.
You reckon the land dragons that don't have wings that run around and just charge you and then lightning attack you? They're in the clouds at the moment.
Well, they might have some of those stones that we had that helps us to fly.
I mean,
That sounds
we don't know if we can walk on the clouds. We've never tried.
perfectly reasonable. And by perfectly
Look,
reasonable, I
don't
mean
look at me.
perfectly
I
clumsy.
wasn't there when you had whatever conversation this was.
I mean, people say you can't walk on the clouds, but I don't know. I didn't try it when we were in that place. I don't know if anyone else did.
Aren't clouds just steam that's sort of in the sky?
I don't know. I've heard they're like big castles that giants build places in.
I have heard that.
Piper, you notice through the rain that your companion halfling is looking at you with confusion.
I mean, I've heard that before, but only when I was a child. And, you know, adults say some funny things to kids.
There'll be some truth in it, though, right?
Maybe. I couldn't really say.
So, give me just a moment. Continue chatting.
You chatting? What about
Commence
clouds?
immediate silence.
Exactly. You want us to
The
go on?
the classic GM line: roleplay amongst yourselves for a moment.
Yes.
When he comes back, everything's on fire and broken.
No, when he comes back, nobody's said a word.
Yep.
Right. I am back, and I have something that you may enjoy. I have a map.
A
Ooh.
map? An actual
Really?
map? Crap.
Please plunk yourselves down on the area to the south. You are traveling
Understood.
northwards, after all.
This doesn't look like it's a mile long.
Well, it only looks like it's not. It doesn't look like it's a mile long because you're not looking at a mile of it.
That would make sense.
I don't have any particular art for your companion halfling, so
Oh.
I'm going to reuse something from a previous session. That being this.
Oh God, that.
Let me just resize your tokens to appropriate scale. For anybody wondering and watching, by the way, the particular token that I just dragged in was for a extremely rotund gnome that has featured in previous sessions. I'm just looking to see if there's anything a bit more appropriate, but I'm not finding anything. It'll have to do. So,
Oh, the dogs in the dogs are in the.
Yeah, we didn't want them getting wet because it was going to be wet dog smell.
Yeah, you're right.
that's a good idea. So, you know what? I can't remember what his name is. I was hoping it'd come back to me, but it hasn't. His name is Heinrich now.
Heinrich, not Tim, the enchanter.
Nope, it's Heinrich, and I'm writing that down so that I don't forget.
Heinrich, as in Himmler. That's a nasty little bastard that was.
And that's putting it lightly.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that's not what I was going with, but sure, maybe he's gnomish.
Gnomes are German. I mean, it kind of figures.
Yes, gnomes are German. Just wait until you meet Gonkig Oppenheimer. Yes, that is actually the name of a character in this world.
See,
I don't get it.
Oppenheimer.
Oh,
I know who Oppenheimer is.
yeah. Okay, fair.
Yeah. So, as you're all traveling along, Bobby, you are able to see that the waves are seemingly amassing and blocking out the vision around this area. Can you see this arrow that I'm pointing with?
I can.
Very good.
I'm back a bit. Longer than.
Should I point again?
Do point again, please. Yes.
The area that is being blocked off is around there. You can see that the light sources on either side seem to intermittently flash on and off in a being washed over by large walls of water style. Why it's happening over there and not over here, you have yet to figure out.
Ah,
I have an idea.
so this area across here is what you're saying. Is kind of influenced.
Yes.
Not the cone that you were creating, just a kind of wall at this point.
Yes, the if you had to guess, there are waves washing up which seem to go along, and then another one goes along, and then there'll be a few seconds, and another one will go along. Some of them seem to travel slower than others.
So are you lot
And
not
Cardgar.
seeing this?
Yeah, I'm. Go on, sorry.
Once it's pointed out to the rest of the party, it is visible to others.
I would like to pull out my bagpipes and start a bit of a battle march as we walk through and trudge through this, just to help power through the moment, as it were.
Alrighty, Cardgall, why are you casting Dispel Magic? Assuming you are indeed casting it.
Well, you said there was a weird effect happening in front of us.
Righto. So you're just throwing a Dispel Magic out in the hope that it hits something.
Well, I'm assuming it's a magical effect, and that magical effects are a valid target.
Well, if you are indeed throwing it out, mark off the level 3 spell slot.
Mm-hmm.
And Cardgar, you were able to feel as though the Dispel Magic effect, it doesn't latch onto a magical effect per se, but it does seem to meet some resistance. You were able to use the medium of this magical ability to be able to get some indication as to what may be happening over here. There's something happening, but not magic.
Okay, I guess I'll relay that to everyone else.
Right. I would say if there is anything else you guys want to do other than walk forwards, say so. Otherwise, walk forwards.
I mean, you guys are welcome to join in with the soundtrack.
Are we sure we want to cross a mile-long bridge whilst waves are thrashing over it?
You
and
got any
there's
other?
something called
You got any other option? What are we gonna do? Swim?
go round?
I mean,
Go around the? It's this is the only bridge for miles, Cardgar. Can't just
We're not in a hurry, are we?
I'm. You know what? I'm in a hurry to get out of this rain. It's been pissing it down for 2 days ever since we fucking killed that wyvern and monkeyed around with rerouting rivers.
Maybe we shouldn't have done that last part.
Maybe. I don't know. We didn't know it was going to happen. It's one of those things. No blame being attached. But, you know, perhaps...
Didn't you say the river came from underground?
Yeah, it came from underground in the mountain.
Well, this is sky water, not floor water.
It's water.
and it's kind of glorious.
It's not like we're being attacked by mud or rocks. You know, that would be different. But this is water, and we were fucking around with water. It just seems like a coincidence. And besides,
have you done anything that might piss off the sky water?
I mean, we stole its magic water rocks, didn't we?
Yeah, but that was in a
one of its
whole
whales.
other dimension.
At this point, he just looks at you and seems to try to get an idea as to whether or not you're taking the piss. Give me a moment. I'm just going to quickly roll.
Yeah. Look, the whales was worth it. Plus, I got these nice trousers out of that.
You see,
I mean, nice is subjective.
you see that he his face goes from looking like what the fuck are you on about to concern as he says, you're not joking, are you? You actually stole some rocks from something in the sky.
Yeah, in another dimension. We found them like a shrine, I guess. And there was this nice fountainy thing, so we nicked the things that were making it be a fountain. We put some of them back.
Right, fuck this, I'm going home. And you see as he just turns around and begins walking southwards.
Wait, dude, we need your magic water stuff.
I'm not getting involved if you've pissed off Charybdis.
We wrote him a nice song.
It was a very nice song, actually. Should we play it?
I guess we could.
Maybe we play it as we walk across the bridge. He'll be all right.
So at this point, Heinrich has just he's still barely visible off the towards the south, but won't be for much longer.
I'm going to instruct him to return.
You're going to try to command him?
Absolutely.
All right. How are you doing this? Command. Right. And what is your what is your command? What is your
return?
What? Okay. Let's see. He is a sorcerer, so let's see. Do sorcerers get proficiency to wisdom saving throws?
I think they're charisma, aren't they?
Yeah, charisma.
I'll just check what the DC should be, because as far as I'm aware, that's still miscalculated. It should be 15. No, that's correct.
Constitution and charisma. So they don't get a bonus. Slash R1 D20. I'm gonna say +2. That took a while to roll. Right. You say your DC's 15.
Yep.
You see as he stops at his tracks and just turns around and begins walking in your direction again. And he gets to about here and then seemingly snaps out of it and says, "What the fuck? How'd you get ahead of me?"
You're going to help us. You need to come this way too.
Here, back.
Is that persuasion?
That sounds more like intimidation.
Sure.
That's not asking and saying please. That's commanding. All right. Well, he doesn't look particularly enthusiastic about it, but you do see that he begins cracking his knuckles and saying, "Right, fine. If you're just gonna freaking." And
Weren't you
can
going
tell
this
that
way
he
anyway?
starts. Oh well, the weather's like this.
You are now. Off we go. Forwards.
After you, he says with a gesture.
No. Together.
He then remembers that you just rolled a 20 intimidation and steps to here, and then waits for you.
Yep. We shall move with him, I'm guessing. Is everyone else coming with us?
Absolutely.
Yeah, Cardgot's going to grumble at the whole idea, but he's going to follow you guys. He doesn't think this is a good idea, though.
Alrighty. He
That's what
continues
you do.
walking forwards, and as the rest of you continue following behind, I would like you all to roll initiative, please. I'll bring up the turn order.
Certainly.
Initiative.
Oh, I didn't let you do the turn order first.
The turn order is up, although it appears to have a dragon on it. Let me just
doesn't.
wipe that off.
The
I'll,
only thing I can see on it is me.
Yeah, I stupidly rolled before the turn order came up. I'll fix it.
Your initiative. Yep, there we go.
And then I'll just edit it to
Has-
the 17.
What? Why didn't my
Trig,
thing come up?
click your Bobby token and then click initiative again.
It did.
All right, I'm back.
All right, Coatrack.
That
Fine.
The
Fine. I'll take that.
no, I'll edit it to the correct value. There we go.
Thank you.
Essig has rolled a 15. And let's give Heinrich a turn. I'm just gonna give him a +3 to that. That puts him at a 14. He doesn't get a point value because he's an NPC and NPCs suck. And now the bear needs to roll. And then once that's done, everybody's rolled.
I thought we decided the bear would always move after me. Keep it simple.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
I mean, if you want to change that, I can.
No, it is a good idea. Keeping things logical that way. And finally, going to take off the dog since the dogs aren't featured in this. Right. As you all make your way forwards, you see out of the wind and the rain, a creature emerges. It seemingly one of the waves that has been brushing up onto this bridge and swelling across seemingly turns around and begins, instead of flowing from right to the left, begins flowing in your direction, manifesting as what appears to be a water elemental. Let me just go
We ought
ahead
to trap it in a flask and make a goblin shit itself.
I was thinking about that.
Yeah, that was.
One of the most epic moments that happened in that campaign, short of blowing up a city, of course.
Yeah.
Yes, nothing quite beats blowing up the city. So, Bobby, it's your turn.
Water elemental. I don't suppose it's going to respond in a particularly positive way. Jokes about its mum. But I've got a sneaking suspicion, it being water, it might not react very well to this.
Are you about to throw a fireball at it by chance?
I just have thrown a fireball at it, yes.
Right. Good to know.
Oh no, it's become a
Let's
salt
see.
elemental.
Well, the thing seemingly doesn't appreciate having a fireball launched at it.
Funny that.
And you can see a decent chunk of its form seemingly evaporates away at speed, reducing it to approximately a quarter of its previous size.
Yeah, not so big now, are you?
It seemingly isn't particularly happy about that. Now, did you aim the fireball directly on top of it?
Yes, I did.
Okie dokie. I just need to do a quick little thing here. Could you use the circle tool to draw a big fireball-sized circle on this thing?
Sure. What's
Yeah,
the
measure circle, measure origin center. So
Yeah.
How big is it?
I believe a fireball is 20 feet across.
So this.
That's 40 feet across.
Hold
No,
on.
20 feet radius. So
Yeah.
40 feet
Yeah.
Here we
across.
go.
Yeah,
20-foot
20 foot radius. Yep. So Bobby throws a fireball at this thing, and as soon as he does, you realize that the creature has been shrunken down, having seemingly taken a decent chunk of its health away after it becomes a brine elemental, I suppose.
I'm going to use
Oh
my
my-
movement and action points to. Oops, no, we don't want to do drawing circles. No, not that. Ignore the
We
little.
could keep it in a jar and use it to preserve meats.
No, I'm going to stand over here and moon it briefly, and then pull my trousers back up and make ready for the next round.
Given your trousers, by the way, are made from the bladder sac of that creature, does that mean they just inflate when you pass wind?
Possibly. I want a DM's ruling on that. Am I able to store my farts with my trousers?
Let me roll a dice. Yes. Due to the nature of how they are relatively tight at both the waist and at the ankles, they do indeed only grow in size as you fart. They are seemingly airtight. At least for the most part.
Outstanding. I will remember that.
Might want to add that to their description in your inventory.
Airtight trousers of fart storing.
I swear we're going to find ourselves like deep underwater in some sort of underwater city, and that's going to save our lives.
Right. I just need to do a little dot here. There we go. A red dot to show that you've hurt it. Right. We then move on to the elemental's turn. As seemingly undeterred by the fact that it's just been shrunken down through the power of evaporation, it then begins making its way towards you. Making its way all the way over to here and leering over you angrily. Meanwhile, a few others start doing something similar. Give me a moment. Let's see. I need to do that. And then that. Now, each of these also begins moving in your direction. Some of them manage to make it quite close to you. Right. But unfortunately for them, none of them seem to have been able to get within striking distance of you by the time their turn ends. Instead, they merely approach menacingly. So, what do?
Let's have a look. I can move 25 feet as a halfling, can't I? Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And let's see about maybe a
Oh, you can go 25 feet as a halfling, not 20.
yeah, that's what I did.
Oh,
I moved 5
sorry.
tiles. Yes. I'm going to ask this one what happened to it. Maybe it fell out the ugly tree.
Vicious mockery.
Aren't you a little short for a water elemental? Let's
Your mother was a sewage plant.
yes, have a vicious mockery. It is 2d8 now, isn't it?
Incorrect. 2d4.
2d4. Let's do
2d8 is a much stronger cantrip.
indeed it is. That will be 4 damage if it fails its DC of why is it different? It should be 15.
Well, it's a charisma save. No, wisdom save. So that would be a straight roll. Which it does not pass, causing it to lose approximately another third of its current size.
And I shall offer my bardic inspiration to who's that person who's going after me? Is that Essig?
Yes, that is Essig.
Fantastic. I shall give Essig my bardic inspiration. And that's
Right.
all I can do.
Essig, it is now your turn.
All right. Just double checking a thing for it. Okay. These squares are the normal 5 feet squares, right?
Indeed, they are. There's just a great many of them.
Okay. Well, anyway, I think I could reasonably put a shatter where it hits like all 4 of the guys up here. Because
Place
I
the
think,
description of shatter.
yeah, 10-foot radius, so 20-foot diameter. There you go.
Yep, so that is 20 feet across. Go ahead and draw a draw a sphere of 20 feet radius. There is a tool with which you can
Oh,
do it.
ellipse? Is that what I'm looking for? Oh, I don't know how to get that. Oh, hold on. I was using the wrong thing, wasn't I?
I
By the
believe
way,
it's-
Kate, my bardic inspiration can be added to your damage.
Cool. All right.
there
How
we
do
go.
I?
Go to measure
Okay.
and then go to circle.
Oh,
and
on the
then
line. I see.
And then set it to snap to corner. And that should allow you to create a sphere of approximate size.
Wait, what? Oh, that was
Draw
never
it.
mind. Yeah.
Draw the circle in a cardinal direction, so either directly up or directly down. If you do
Oh,
a diagonal,
okay, I
it changes
see.
the shape and size.
Wait, what? Huh. I guess if I have to put it directly on the corner of a square, it doesn't work as well as I was hoping. Alright, in which case I'll just go for the 3 up there.
Righto, so you fire off a shatter and hit the 3 in the back.
Let's see.
That is a 60
that
feet
right-
range. Make sure that you are within casting distance.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Oh, I just walked forward.
Yeah, that is definitely within range.
And anyone in particular? Well, anyway, I'll start with casting that. So anyway, okay. All I really need to know is, are these 2 within 20 feet of each other? Because if they are, that circle should work out, right?
If you were to place the circle, give me a moment. Let me see.
Well,
what
no,
I
that's
can
not
do.
all I need to know.
If you were to place it there, it would hit the one in the bottom right.
Okay. Well, anyway, if I can't hit all 4, I'll go for the 3 up here.
Righto. Go
Okay.
ahead and roll your damage.
Yeah, and I'm going to
If you're
use this as
upcasting,
a
make sure
third
you-
slot spell. Or
There we go.
third tier spell. Okay, how do I do this? Is this... Wait. Is this it? Yes, this is it. Okay, I found it.
A total of 27 thunder damage hits all 3 of them. Right. I'll go ahead and give them some dots to show that they are now damaged.
Do you want to add your inspiration to the damage?
Oh, how does your inspiration work?
I've posted it above your spell damage. You can choose a target and deal that damage as your bardic inspiration as bonus damage.
To one of them?
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
Not. Let's see. If creature has a spells still deals damage, creature can roll that damage. Choose a target affected by the spell. Yep. So you choose one of them and roll a d8. That creature, the one that you choose, loses the result of the d8.
Alright, the one in the back.
Okay, so orange loses 5 in addition to the previous 27. Right.
And then as my bonus action, who needs bardic inspiration right now?
I think I'm the next in the order.
Okay, you get bardic inspiration.
Cool.
Well, they all get smaller because that was rather nasty. And whilst I do HP deductions, it moves on to the halfling's turn, who at this point is shitting himself.
Doesn't he have the spell control water? Surely that would work here.
Also, as a halfling, is he not brave?
Yeah, and she's also sorcerer. Surely this is, his kind of battle.
Well, I am going to roll something for him now.
If you're rolling
Let's
for his fear,
see.
surely Kiki's confident boosting marching tune should help.
I'd hope so. And my 24 intimidation.
Yes, your battle music or whatever it was called.
He rolls a 9 for his overall bravery, which we'll find out the results of that in a moment. But he does immediately throw out a fireball, which is going to be aimed. He's going to aim for here, I think. No, here. There we go. So Bobby gets his nose hair singed off, but there's going to be some damage dealt. Now, Fireball is a 8d6, so let's roll that. /R 8d6. That was a dot, not a D. Dealing a respectable 29 damage to the 3 closest. And let's see. I now need to mark those guys. Give me just a moment. They get to be purple and pink. The red one is dead. they also shrink away. I do apologize. He is going to run like so, running backwards through the front line that is your party and seemingly making a break for it, shouting, "There, I helped! I'm leaving!" Right. Now, whilst I do some HP deductions, we move on to Cardgar's turn.
Yes, I have a possibly very silly idea. I just wanted to check other people here if they think it's a stupid idea. But I'm just thinking how much potassium I might be able to just instantly summon and then throw it at one of these.
Can
They
you
are
summon the
made.
potassium inside of them, given it's raining?
I can't. It says I have to do it in an empty space, but I was thinking of like summoning as large a cube of potassium as I can, maybe wrapped in something so it's not exposed to the element straight away, and then just lob it into him.
Well, would Cardgar know about the chemistry of potassium plus water?
I mean, potash should be well known in your setting, I'd imagine.
Potash, yes, but elemental potassium? Probably not.
That's fair, I guess. All right. Well, I guess in the absence of doing something silly, I'll just do something mundane.
I will say, give me a roll, because the reason why I asked you would Cardgar know was because would Cardgar know? I'm not saying he doesn't.
I mean, I could see him knowing, given his brewing background, that he might have picked up something like this. But it really depends how common that sort of knowledge is in your setting, I guess. So,
I mean, potash is one of the things that is used to make basic soap, if memory serves.
among several other things, yes.
So I would say give me a relevant skill check, and if you don't roll terribly, then you can go for it.
Roll for knowledge of soap. How smelly are you?
Pretty much.
I mean, I literally have soap in my inventory.
Indian debuff.
Oh, shut up. I got a perfect average roll.
Cardgar, you are aware of the fact that potash exists and reacts violently with water.
Okay. How much of it can I summon to the value of, what was it? 6 times 20 is numbers. 120 gold.
I would say that would be able to get you like let's go with a solid 5x5 cube. So you can fill up one of these squares with a cube of potash if you wanted to.
Okay. If I were to do that and then use oh, I can't do that. Never mind. Yeah, if I do that and then just lob it at the biggest one, would that be something like a range attack?
Yes, but how are you going to move a solid cube 5x5x5 of potash?
Can it dance?
That's a good idea. Can I animate it? It's within 30 feet of me, and it's not being worn or carried.
You can. assuming it doesn't take, assuming you're not consuming more than one action in the process of making it dance.
It says it takes one action.
And what about the Song of Creation?
I am just looking it up now. That is also an action. Damn it.
Right. So potentially, in a turn from now, that could be really funny. But for now, please draw in a very large, vaguely yellow, but mostly just grey cube.
Yellowish color. Oh, that was a line. That's not what I want to do. How do I
Yeah.
delete that? Undo does not work.
You ask me to do it for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have an idea. Why
There you go.
don't I do it?
Sure.
That'll do.
Now, I do realize I probably could be a lot more effective if I just hit it, but this might be funny.
It could be. We then get to the Black Bear, who at this point is...
Bardic inspiration to the next person in the loop, which is Trig.
Right, so. Trig,
and that
you are
should be
bardically inspired.
interesting.
I am.
By the way, Trig, my Bardic inspiration has an extra ability if you use it for an attack, where everything takes thunder damage within 5 feet of the thing you attack.
Okay.
So you may be able to have some fun with that. Bear, I'd say Bear is going to. I'm going to say Bear's going to come over here and attack this.
Righto. Go ahead and roll bear damage.
Okay, so he gets a bite attack. He's got multi-attack, so he gets 1 bite and a claw. So here's the
Sounds
bite.
fair.
I think that's a miss. And
That
the
is
claw.
a miss. That hits. And apparently deals 14 slashing damage.
That's not bad at all.
Right, well. Bear slashes the water elemental, and a big meaty paw goes bashing through this thing as it as a decent chunk of its overall constitution is quickly swiped away. What is interesting, though, is that about half of the material that gets bashed away by this swinging claw seemingly defies the laws of physics and kind of bloops back into the creature, reforming into the overall whole. The creature seemed to take less damage than one would might have expected, but it definitely took damage. Right, we then move back over to Bobby's turn.
Okay. Ooh, this is going to
By
be
the
a good
way,
one.
at the top of the turn order, I would request that everybody roll for me perception checks, please.
Perception check first, sure.
Okay, we are at the top of this, so now got it.
Yes.
Should Bear also roll?
Bear can roll if Bear wants to.
Okay.
Bear is apparently getting a face full of water elementals, so doesn't really notice much. Right. I can only presume that either Kiki is taking her time getting to the perception check, or Piper is too distracted with looking at the things directly in front of her to bother.
I was
Ah.
just momentarily distracted. I apologize.
No problem at all.
Oh.
So, I will say that Essig and Cardgar, you are able to see that seemingly, not all of the lights on this bridge are lit. The ones in your immediate vicinity are, but the ones leading past, say, this overall area. Oh, that's the wrong tool. This light here, that one. These all seem to be obscured from your vision.
Sorry, I was scrolled too far down to actually see where you were pointing at first. Which ones?
These four on the bridge
Uh-huh.
ahead of you are seemingly obscured.
Okay.
Bobby, on the other hand, spots what's obscuring them. It's difficult to describe Bobby, but if you were to give it
he's
your
kinda
best
weird.
bet,
Short
Nah.
halfling.
if you were to give it your best bet,
Uh-huh.
you would say that the sea itself is sitting on the bridge.
Okay.
There appears to be a static wall of water. Also, your perception checks this game have been immaculate.
Unusually good. Yes.
Maybe that's what Bobby needs to get proper perception checks, just eye drops.
Possibly. Quite possibly. Either way, Bobby's going to cast Shatter. 20-foot.
Oh, I see how it is. Stealing all of Acid's kills, are we?
20-foot radius. I could cast Fireball and make certain, but a 20-foot radius would be
Sorry, which thing has a 20-foot radius?
Fireball.
Dang.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
So that would be oh, how do I do these things again?
Go to the measure tool, which is towards the bottom. And then under shape, you select circle. And then for grid snapping, set it to snap to corner. And then drag a line that goes either directly north, south, east, or west. And that will drag a correctly sized circle out for you. You'll know when you've done it right, because it'll look something like this.
Well, that's exactly what I want it to look like. And pretty much exactly the spot.
I had a feeling that might be the case.
Exactly the spot.
Yep. So you're throwing out a fireball there, are you?
Pretty much throwing out a fireball there, yeah.
All right then. Go ahead and roll the damage.
There's my fireball.
Well, that makes the maths rather easy for me because you immediately vaporize in the most literal sense. All four of them.
And with my bonus action and movement, I am going to try and make everybody aware that big fucking wall of water over there, lads. You see that?
You don't need to use your bonus action to shout. Though if you want to provide bardic inspiration while shouting, you can.
I will definitely be providing bardic inspiration. In fact, I will sing out the big fucking wall of water over there, lads, and or maybe hum it or rhyme it in some way, and pass on some bardic inspiration to who's next in the turn order. That would be Piper. Have some bardic inspiration. Mine's fairly mundane in comparison to other people's.
It's okay. I'm thinking about this. I have to wait for the water elementals to go before my turn.
That you do. Speaking of, Bobby, if you intend to inspire whatever's next up in the turn order, you will. Which elemental do you want to inspire?
I'll be inspiring Piper. I'm not going to be inspiring an elemental.
You could inspire false confidence into it so that it trips and stumbles. Actually, can't Essig do that? Don't you have negative inspiration?
Yeah, I do have a debuffing inspiration. There's a whole bunch of identical enemies, so there's not much point in it.
She's gonna move there as well. Go on then, water elementals, do your worst. Bring it on.
Okay. As
Is
it
that
moves
worst
onto the
spell?
water elemental, you notice two things. First of all, these two lights here are engulfed in water as
Pointing
the
out things that are
wall
miles away
seemingly
again, isn't
moves
it?
towards you. And secondly,
Which two lights were?
Ginger, could you
these
just
two.
put like X's on the ones that have been extinguished?
Yeah,
I was about to.
because I haven't quite zoomed in, so we can actually sort of make out what's going off. And then you're like, oh, these ones over here.
That's
I'm
a
the
good
same.
point.
And I'm like, which one's where? I see nothing.
So the two sets of lights that are now extinguished, that are closest to you, previously were not. However, in the last several seconds, they have just become dark. They have blinked out.
Yeah.
And the wall of water has advanced?
Seems so. And as the wall of water advanced, it appears as though a pair of water elementals popped out of it
Oh,
and begin charging towards you. The water elemental that was previously bird is going to do something rather funny.
Oh no, it's not going to hug the cube, is it?
Seeing the midget that has apparently managed to simultaneously vaporize several of its companions, it turns its attention away from Yushanka and beelines towards you, passing through the potash cube in the process. Let's see, how much...
Is it worth me saying attack of opportunity for the bear? Or is that pointless?
No, that's a bit pointless, but what I am going to say is please roll me a dexterity saving throw, Cardgar.
Oh no. 11. Can I use inspiration to buff that?
Yes, you can.
So 1d8, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Whoever gave me this does it have any secondary effects we need to know about?
If you're talking about the one I gave you, I'll double check, but I don't think it has any secondary effects for friends.
Hmm.
I'm just control Fing the word inspiration on my page.
Well, I will say that unless there is something that can bump it up just a little bit more.
Okay, the special thing is that if you fail, then you actually keep the inspiration.
Oh,
Ah,
that could be
interesting.
very useful. 'Cause I forgot
So
about
Cardgar keeps the inspiration.
Just posting
Essig,
that so you can see.
you are the closest person to view as this water elemental brushes past the large cube of potash, immediately completely consuming itself and the potash cube in the process.
Weird.
The elemental gets to approximately here before violently detonating and spraying boiling hot water in all directions.
Huh.
Let's see. Yeah, this would be roughly equivalent to a fireball, I'd say.
Damn.
I mean, that's kind
It's a
of
5
the
foot
sort of thing I was
radius.
thinking.
It's a 5 foot radius that I'm going to say this is. So basically, anybody immediately adjacent to the cube of potash is affected by this. So thankfully, Ushanka the bear is just outside of it. Cardgar,
Yes.
you take 23 points of damage as the potash cube is reduced to approximately half of its size, and the water elemental is fucking evaporated.
Well, that was entertaining. Am I knocked prone by this?
No, this doesn't have a pressure wave to it. This is literally just a lot of hot water suddenly goes flying in many directions. This would be considered
Ouch.
fire damage, by the way, or heat damage, I suppose. So it burns.
My armor gives me resistance to heat damage.
Does it? I
It's
would have thought it gave you
elemental.
resistance to cold damage.
Yeah, I'm trying to
Yeah,
check.
if it's elementum, then it's resistance to cold, not heat.
Ah, my bad.
Isn't cold a
fair.
type of heat?
It's
Kind of
the
anti-heat.
absence of heat.
So, with that said, that is the elemental's turn. One of them just Allah Akbars, and the other three, the other bunch all move towards you. Speaking of, this one makes its way all the way over to here, getting right between the pair of you and leering menacingly over Cardgar and Essig.
Is the bear now interested in the aroma of poached dwarf?
Possibly.
Wouldn't it be more of a steamed because he's wearing armor?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
In either case,
Right.
Piper, it's your turn.
This sorcerer is legging it, right?
Yes. In fact, you could see as you take your turn that the sorcerer is seemingly whipping together some magical nonsense with his fingers and is preparing to cast the spell.
Does he look like he's angling towards casting an offensive spell against them, or does he look like he's doing something to make himself run away? What kind of way is he orienting this spell?
I would say you'd have to roll an Arcana check to try and identify the nature of the spell, but I will tell you that he is seemingly in an enthusiastic jog southwards.
Right.
He's buggering off.
Yeah, so this is my thought. I can either, with my bonus action, pass on the inspiration to Essig, or I can drop another command on this guy and force the sorcerer to continue to join the fight. Which is what I'm inclined to do.
Absolutely.
So I am going to activate my Mantle of Majesty as my soggy, wet hair becomes instead storm-beaten, but you know that Master and Commander style storm-beaten, with the light shimmering behind me, and I look over to him and I will say, Will you run and be remembered as a coward? Or will you join us and join the Song of Eternity? Fight! And I shall issue my command on fight. Which is DC 15.
Righto. I believe last time he had a +2, so let's roll another wisdom saving throw. He indeed fails. You see, as he, upon hearing the word fight, he seemingly slows down and begins turning around.
And let's also drop a... we can see this wall of water thing now, yeah?
Indeed, you can. It's still fuzzy and foggy due to the nature of the battering rainstorm that is obscuring vision. But you do indeed see that there is a wall of water approaching. And to
Oh.
all those except for Bobby, it basically just looks as though there is just something, some aspect of water that is just completely swallowing up, and you can still see a vague hint of light from the bridge lights inside of this wall of water, but for the most part, you can tell that it's approaching via the dimming of said lights.
Well, let's deal with one of the larger ones. In fact, I can do a second bonus action, can't I? And use my standard action for that.
I don't think you can do 2 bonus actions.
Can you not? I thought you could downgrade but not upgrade action types.
I've never liked the fact that you can't. So I'm going to say go for it.
I would like to expend my bonus action to grant 5 people around me. Let's say Khadgar, Essig, let's do the name as well. In fact, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of us, excluding the bear. I'm not going to do the bear. 8 bonus hit points at the cost of one of my bardic inspirations. I'm just finding the ability.
I know the one that you're talking about.
Yep.
Everybody add the temporary hit points to your character sheet.
And if you want to, you can use a bonus action to move, but you do not have to.
The moving costs your reaction, not a bonus
Oh, that's
action.
the one. My bad.
No problem.
Sorry, did I get temporary hit points?
Yes.
You have 8 temporary hit points,
8,
and
thank you.
if you choose, you may use your reaction to move up to 30 feet.
Huh.
Doing so
Cor-
will not
next
incur
one.
an attack of opportunity.
Okay.
Right, in which case, I'm going to move slightly away from the explosive cube.
You know, that might be a good idea.
I'm going to move there. You move one to your right. Yeah,
That's
brilliant.
why, yeah. Does
I'm gonna go
the
over
shaker
here.
get a move as well?
Does he get a move?
Is this guy going to move?
No, he's seemingly content with staying put.
Well, I'm going to use my standard
You can see, by the way, that he has a flare of fight in his eye.
Fantastic.
So,
Did you say the bear gets to move, or?
No, I didn't get
The
the bear.
bear
I
is
could
the
only
only one
do
he
5 of us.
Ah, okay.
In fact, I think I can
Yeah.
only do 4 of us. That doesn't include me. So it's my
post the
charisma
effect.
modifier.
Yes. If it's your charisma modifier, then yes, it doesn't include yourself. Unless
Indeed.
you choose to deny
That
one of
is
your friends.
fine. I don't need to do me as well.
Okay. Well, in that case, you have used your movement, and you've used 2 bonus actions, which
Yeah.
I will state is against rules as written. But again, I think that not being able to downgrade your action to a bonus action is silly. So I'm going to allow it. That being said, Essig, it's your turn now.
Right.
Okay.
I half expect you to just launch a lightning bolt through the pair of these two.
If I knew how to use lightning bolts, that would be interesting.
It would.
So instead, I'll just shatter them.
Right. I will tell you that I consider it to be hitting a target if the radius of the effect passes through the center of a square. If it touches a square, doesn't hit. If it passes through the center of the square, it does.
Okay. Well, 10-foot radius can get both of those guys, because they're only 15 feet apart.
Righto.
So, yeah, I'll do that. Anyway, it's
Go
on the
ahead and
2 of
cast
them.
Shatter.
Let's see. Yeah, I'll just go straight for the 3rd level spell again. Alright. Scrolling down to Shatter. Casting Shatter.
Oh!
Oh, that was weak.
That's
Anyway.
not great.
Once you've resolved that, does anyone lack Bardic Inspiration?
I don't think so.
Do I have Bardic Inspiration at the present moment?
You've got mine. You
I
haven't used
have
it.
yours. Cool. Yep.
I mean, non-player characters don't have, I guess.
Indeed.
Like,
Bear and Sorcerer. They don't have Bardic Inspiration.
you can do it, Bear. Alright, he's inspired.
All right. Bear makes enthusiastic bear noise.
Oh,
I said enthusiastic bear noise.
ah.
That's better. Anyway, Mr. Definitely Not a Gnome finishes weaving the magical nonsense that he had been preparing, and then threw away, and then began preparing something else as he throws another fireball out. As you could probably imagine, this one is going to be aimed straight into the middle of the 2 big ones, as he doesn't want to hit Bobby. That's going to be an 8d6. Rolling very low with only 20. Jesus. Seemingly insufficient to be able to finish them off. He does manage to shrink them down to under a quarter of their previous size. And we then move on to Cardgar's turn. as Heinrich here takes a step forward and grumbles and mumbles.
I shall animate the cube as my action, and then as a bonus action, I can simultaneously Bardic Inspire and command the cube. The Bardic Inspire doesn't have to go on the cube, so who needs Bardic Inspire? I guess Gnome. So Gnome gets inspired.
All right.
The
Heinrich is
action
now
up for
inspired.
the action for the cube is I'm gonna have it. If I understand right, if I want it to do double its movement, that means it can't attack, right?
That's right. That's how dashing works.
All right. So I want it to move to here, to the left of the red one, right?
Okay.
And then for the rest of its movement to move like that, just straight through them.
Okay. I will say you can absolutely do this. And in doing so, the cube is heavily diminished in size. But the elementals are gone.
Hmm.
Almost like hoovering up a pile of dust with a vacuum cleaner. You see as these things are seemingly sucked into the cube, exploding out in a cloud of steam in the process.
Amazing.
If you had to guess, there isn't much left in that cube.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's everything I can do as my turn. So Bear is going to come over here and attack.
All right.
And claw.
Roll me an animal handling check.
Okay. One of these. 22.
Okay. You see as Ushanka takes a big bite out of the water elemental, digging its face into its form and dealing sufficient damage to render it into but a wee little thing. The reason I asked you to roll animal handling is by rolling sufficiently high, you can, if you want to, choose how Ushanka finishes off the creature.
Fall on it.
What was that?
Just fall on it.
Fall on it.
Yes.
Right, so
Ungracefully fall on it, whilst probably coughing from all the salt water in its mouth.
sure. Ushanka falls onto the water elemental, releasing a rather salty splash of water that I was going to say soaks Bobby in Cardgar, but let's be honest, you're already rather wet.
Yeah, that is true. All right, that's my turn.
Okay. We move up to Bobby's turn.
Is there any foes that we can see nearby?
Aside from the slowly encroaching wall of water ahead of you, no.
And is it in any way, shape, or form something that I can attack?
Well, I will say, given that you rolled a natural 20, I'm going to DM you what Bobby is now able to see now that this creature has gotten just a little bit closer.
Ah, excellent. So the answer to my question is a resounding yes, then.
Indeed.
And exactly how far is this, we'll use your previous description, wall of water?
I'm going to draw a line there. Hope you can see that.
Measure how far away that is. That is quite a distance. So 90 feet away from us at this point in time.
Currently, yes.
Let me have a quick look at something. Aha! Excellent. Excellent. I'm going to call out a little ditty that has been building itself in my head as this fight has gone on. And as I call out this ditty, I'm going to let loose an eldritch blast at roughly what I think is the sort of central focal point of this wall of water. Would you like me to read out the ditty?
Go ahead.
Oh, water, wretches, wet and wild, else you splash and splosh like nature's child. But here's a blaze to dry your soul, a fireball's kiss, you soggy troll. With eldritch might I'll zap you flat, a sizzling spark for every splat. This bridge is mine, you watery blight. I'll sing and fry you through the night. And then eldritch blast. You know.
All right, go ahead and roll your damage, because I'm going to say that you can't miss. Okay,
Straight 10 force damage.
excellent.
Nothing like making yourself the center of attention whilst blasting something with a big, sizzling, zappy bolt of lightning stuff thing.
Question is, how much are we going to need those bonus hit points now?
So, as Bobby fires out this eldritch blast towards this slowly encroaching wall of water, Bobby, through your apparently uncharacteristically good eyesight, you're able to see as the creature seemingly stops, and you are all witness to a low rumble. Think the sound of an avalanche mixed with the creaking of ice, a glacier cracking and creaking. It sounds pained, it is drawn out, and it is very, very low. You almost feel it in your chest more than you hear it through your ears.
Oh, I think I pissed it off, lads.
With that said, we move on to the entity's turn. And first of all, out of this wall of water, you see another couple of water elementals appear, seemingly splashing out, ejected out of it as it begins to once again encroach on your position. And it gets to about here, at which point I would say that all of you are able to see this. Let's go ahead and make it visible, shall we?
Oh, it's got a shiny thing at the top that's probably quite valuable.
Indeed, you are able to make out some vague blue hints of light that you can only assume to be some form of core-like entity to it.
It doesn't
The
like fire.
It did no. That
The
is
two
true.
water elementals immediately dash forwards, seemingly trying to get ahead This one brushing up against the potassium cube and immediately depleting itself as well as the remainder of the cube. Right. That is the turn of the enemy. We move on to Piper again.
Okay. By the way, does Bobby still have the gemstone that contains the angry fire?
Yes.
Okay.
Good to know.
How is our gnome friend here looking? Does he look like he's still determined to fight, or does he look like he's getting into a running kind of situation again?
Roll me insight check.
Okie doke. That's insight. There it is. No, it isn't. There it is.
He's looking as though he has gritted teeth. You know, have you ever played Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion?
Yes.
Yes.
You know the expression that the gods have when they're in the middle of a fight? It's just angry eyebrows, bird teeth. He's just doing that.
Right. Well, this is all stone. What have I got that I'm going to put a phantasmal force on that on the big elemental, if I can. In fact, what's the range on that? It is. I'm going to have to post it.
I've just found the perfect image to represent the look of this gnome.
Oh. Yes.
That's the exact look that he has on his face.
Nice. So when you're doing the persuasion minigame in Oblivion and you're pointing out one of the things they don't particularly like.
He's more than 60 feet away from me, isn't he?
Yeah, he was 90 feet away from me.
Yeah, I can't get him. Okay. I will point out that I'll throw a quick jabbing insult over to this one here. Something to do with him feeling a little salty, is he? Given his reduced size and increased salt content, salt percentage even, and just a quick vicious mockery. That is 2d4. See if we can finish him off.
A 7 damage is not bad at all. Let's see if it sticks, though.
DC 15.
Rolls a 16, I'm afraid.
Damn.
Seemingly is unbothered by your insulting remarks.
And I shall pass an inspiration on to Essig so that he can do increased damage this turn.
Cool.
Right, so before this continues any further, I need to pop to the loo, so I shall be back shortly. Plan about what you're going to be doing for the rest of the fight.
Kill them all.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Do we just keep attacking them, or do you want to try comprehend language on the big thing and see if we can figure out why it wants to attack us?
I've got the next two verses of my mocking ditty that I'm singing at them.
I mean, I suppose I could do another potassium cube at the big one. You know, feed it some banana.
I mean, I was just going to make sure people stayed topped up on temporary hit points and try and keep our halfling in the fight. I've got 10 turns where I can cast command as a bonus action.
That's a good idea. Does anyone have healing?
I have a bit of healing.
Not. I don't have healing as such, but I can refresh those bonus hit points on you all.
I think I have means of healing.
I might have blown up half of my hit points.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah, I have cure wounds.
Yeah, I've got cure wounds as well, but cure wounds is a bit sort of at this point. It's
pretty bad.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not in immediate danger, I don't think, but
Right, I'm back.
But it is a hit
And I
point
have a
source.
question for you.
Go on.
Yep.
I would like everybody to post their known languages, please.
Common halfling. I do not know gnome.
Let's see. Apologies, it's hard to see on this screen. My text is quite small. Yep, common and halfling.
You should have more languages than that. Especially Khadgar. Only 2.
I only have 2.
You pretty much just get them from your race.
Yeah, I think
You get them from
if
your
you're
race and from your
interside-
background.
Yeah, well, my background doesn't give me any
Some backgrounds, I
languages.
think, maybe, but off the top of my head, the backgrounds I can think of don't offer languages.
Most backgrounds offer at least 1 language.
Really? Oh,
As far as I know, yeah. If not, your class does.
okay. I really don't think classes tend to offer languages.
Yeah,
Well,
I don't think so.
I went through the character monster and it told me how many languages I got and gave me the amount the class was supposed to have.
Which is how many exactly?
There's 2. So I've got entertainer background, and that instead gives me a proficiency in 2 skills, acrobatics and performance, and it gives me musical instrument proficiencies instead of languages.
Right.
I think we're all kind of the same on that with bards. We get additional instruments proficiencies rather than additional languages.
Yeah, and
Fair enough.
Why I took comprehend languages because I can just basically do them all with 1 spell, which I've been doing
Fair
rather
enough.
well with throughout the campaign. It's been a good staples.
When I googled background criminal, first there's a government thing, then there's a D&D wikidot, then there's another government thing, and then another government thing.
Oh dear. Wonder why that might be.
Alrighty. If those are all of the known languages, then the thing that I was going to say is not relevant.
We'll say it in the language.
Alright. A low rumble that echoes through your chest.
How low are we talking about? Like, are we talking about the sort of thing where you feel it with your feet?
Think the sub-bass of a horror movie felt through an IMAX theater speaker set.
Okay, guys, should we try doing what was the movie with the spaceship? Close Encounters. Should we try doing a Close Encounters thing?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Close Encounter Third Kind, you know, where they
I don't know what you're talking about.
music, you return music back at it.
Oh god!
I get the idea, but that reference still doesn't make sense to me.
Close Encounters of the Third Kind is yeah. At the end, the aliens arrive and they bring down this sort of soundboard with some flashing lights and go blop 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 at the aliens, and the aliens go blop 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 back, and this goes on for a while. It goes on for too long, actually. That whole scene is
yes. Even longer from what I hear in the extended version.
Yes. Yeah, like I said, it goes on for way too long. You get the idea fairly quickly. And it was kind of parodied in Independence Day when they put the helicopter out there with the lights on the sides of it, and the aliens just yeet it on the spot, which I think is the most appropriate response to that type of nonsense.
All right. Well, look, it was just an idea.
Right, so whose turn is it?
I think it's Kiki's turn, isn't it?
I thought I just had mine.
Yeah, I thought she just had hers.
Oh. I think it's Coatrack's turn then.
Is it?
That sounds about right to me.
Okay, so it appears. Oh, okay. So what was up with that giant thing again?
Giant thing is marching towards us. Big wall of water. Big I spawn water elementals. I'm being scary. Be afraid of me. No.
So are we fighting it or running?
I'm fucking fighting it. I'm gonna fucking wreck its face.
Okay, cool.
It's water. Ooh, I'm scared of water. Meh. Fucking fire, melt the thing to steam.
Melt the thing to steam.
Yeah,
Very,
absolutely.
very good. Very good description there.
Yep.
Well, I'll mix it up and conserve spell slots by just running up and stabbing this.
Fair. Roll to hit.
I'll use the bardic inspiration I have. I think it's just normal, right?
I believe so.
Wait, I do have bardic inspiration, right?
I think so.
You should.
Okay, cool.
Kiki gave it to you.
Just check. Anyway, 14.
That is just sufficient to hit.
Cool. Oh yeah, no damage.
And-
Yep. What's up?
Running it through with your rapier, you manage to discover that apparently it dealt less damage than expected. It's seemingly largely unbothered by the rapier going in and out.
Oh, so it's completely immune?
I said largely unbothered. The rapier ends up wet.
Okay.
Right, so it moves on to the definitely not a gnome's turn as he steps over here and he is going to throw a firebolt at
Does it really take absolutely 0 damage?
no, it dealt reduced damage. It's resistance.
Oh, in which case
I guess-
I should roll damage, right?
You did 6 damage.
I did? Oh, I forgot that it I completely forgot that it automatically does that. Yeah. Okay, gotcha.
Right. Yeah, you hit it for 3.
Yeah.
Which not particularly impressive, but at least you hit it.
Okay, yeah, no, I was that's what had me so confused. Like I forgot that these character sheets do that.
Yeah, fair. It's a useful little feature, but I'm sure confusing if you're not used to it.
Well, I was most recently playing something else on Roll20 that does not do that. Anyway. Yeah.
The gnome throws a firebolt that sweeps over, that whizzes past the ear of Bobby and hits actually doesn't hit the blue dot elemental. It just kind of whiffs past and instead it hits the wall of water. And the wall of water seems mildly perturbed by this. I will roll damage. Slash R 2d8. I believe Firebolt is a 2d8. 13. This time, there is less of a rumble, but still a rumble. Right, with that said, what do? It is now Cardgar's turn.
I'm so tempted to try and do the thing I said, but I'm gonna reposition to here, and then I will cast Shatter on the nearest elemental.
On the big one.
Yep.
Righto. You quite nastily deplete. It's already somewhat depleted health.
Okay, and then the bear will
I'm
do
going
bear
to roll to
things.
see if it's able to resist in some way.
Oh, sorry. Does it have to roll something?
Yeah, it's a dexterity save, which your spell save is 14. It rolls a total of 15, so it takes half damage, which is 7. So that'll be leaving it on that much health. Mental arithmetic is not my strong suit.
Fair enough.
And bear deals a miss and a hit. Hitting for another 3. Right.
Oh, did we give
That
we did give the bear bardic inspiration, didn't we?
indeed.
Can I use it on that miss, please?
You can roll the d8.
Is a 15 a hit?
Indeed, it is, and the bite is able to deduct a little bit more health off of the thing.
Tasty drink of bear water.
Bear water?
Bobby, it's your turn.
My turn. Okay, so we've got 2 elementals nearby. And a gigantic fucking wall of water all the way over there. How far can I throw something?
Unless it is a weapon with the specific thrown property, and you are proficient with it, you would be effectively throwing improvised.
Yep.
So I would use the same logic as, say, throwing a dagger.
Okay. So that's what, 30 feet or without disadvantage?
I believe it's 20.
Is it 20 and
I believe
20,
it's
40?
2060.
26.
I will double check for you.
And I throw with my action, not my bonus action.
Yep, it's 2060.
Okay.
You throw with your action.
Throw with my action. I am going to step forward to about here, giving that's Essig, isn't it? Advantage on his next attack because of flanking. And I'm going to lob the fire elemental figurine grenade thing that I have with all the might that I can muster in the general direction of the giant wall of water. It seems somewhat difficult to, not get it to hit roughly there as long as I throw it as hard as I can. Because it just needs to land nearby. And if I remember rightly, the instructions were it would then just attack the nearest thing to it. I'm right in that? Am I right?
Yeah,
Yep.
that's how I remember it.
Right, okay, so we are going to throw/activate that little beauty of an item in the direction of the big wall of water. I will. Do you want me to roll a thrown dagger kind of thing at it? Actually, need to hit it just to get nearer to it than us. It's
Which, yeah, that's 60.
Yep.
I would say just roll me a straight d20. The rest of you see as Bobby takes out this small, faintly glowing red gem and just hurls it towards the wall of water. And with a surprisingly loud clink and cracking noise, you hear the gem shatter as a small fiery tornado suddenly apparates itself directly in front of the wall of water. Let's see here. I have something for this. There it is. The small fiery tornado grows in size until a creature of this overall appearance is left in its wake. And I will go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and make that a lot bigger than what it actually is, just so that Trig can show the stream what you guys are looking at.
Bobby summons a fire elemental that proceeds to immediately shit itself.
No, that's pretty badass fire elemental. I like that. Yeah, he's badass. And as I'm throwing it, I will of course be bursting out the third verse, the rhyme I've been knocking out. You wall of waves, you bloated boar, spawning millions we ignore. A fire grenade to melt your face. You're just a puddle out of place. And hurls it. There you go. Give it a bit of bardic flair whilst we're doing it.
Would you like to inspire the fire elemental?
You know what? That will give it inspiration. Yes, why not?
Right, good to know. The fire elemental, having been spawned on your turn, takes its turn immediately after yours. So I'm going to go ahead and put that there and set its initiative to 20, because why not? So, the fire elemental spawns in and immediately looks as though it is confused. It looks around, looks in your general direction, looks towards the giant wall of water, and suddenly you see a great gout of flame erupt out of the small of its back as it looks towards the great watery wall, and it grows in size, seemingly in answer to what you can only presume to be some kind of natural rival entity. Fortunately, it doesn't grow anywhere near big enough. Let me just look up the stats of a fire elemental.
I mean, it's going to throw bigger fireballs than we do, I presume.
Yeah.
Oh, aren't you glad we fleeced that old lady?
Absolutely, that was a great move. This is way better than just a standard lol have a fireball, which I've only got one left of.
This is lol have a living fireball, get fucked.
Yeah.
Have a living fireball, and it's angry and probably a little worried.
So, give me a moment to just familiarize myself with how water and fire elementals interact. I'll need a minute.
Fine, I'm going to make a coffee.
That's a fine idea. In fact, I'd recommend everybody go do something similar.
It's one of those.
Okay.
You've done something that the DM hadn't expected. I will need to quickly come up with something for this.
All right, then I'll be
Pretty
back.
much.
Yep.
Mainly, I'm surprised that you were more prepared for potassium cube than you were for fire elemental.
Oh, potassium cube is easy. That's just science. I know science. What I don't know is magic, because magic doesn't exist in real life. Okay, I've got an idea as to how this is going to go. When we get going again, I shall describe to you how the two rival elementals interact with one another. Until then, Waffles.
Testing. Okay, yeah, it's reconnected. Cool.
I'm back with some lightly toasted buttered waffles.
Cool.
It appears as though we haven't had any audience members join in. Terrible shame.
Really tragic. Yeah.
Right, I am almost back, and
Hmm.
and dinner is imminent as well. Sorry, that took a little longer than
Uh,
just a cup of
Sorry,
coffee.
what's imminent as well?
Dinner.
Mm.
I just stuck some chicken bits in an air fryer, and I've left Kiki to throw salad on plate and put chicken bits onto plate. So if I'm dead in the next couple of days, we know who's responsible. It's Hillary Clinton.
The Irish.
You for poor decision making.
How could she mess up salad?
We will see. But that Kiki, that is not a challenge. That is just an honest question.
I feel somewhat reminded of a mushroom based dish
Don't.
from a couple
Don't.
of years ago.
No, I'm trying not to have that be a core part. I'm trying to encourage Kiki to get into the idea of cooking.
I like the idea of cooking. I'm literally halfway through chopping up a mushroom.
Hey, Trig, you're getting a bowl of mushrooms again.
Yeah.
Do I want to know? I feel like I might.
I'm just preparing some food. Well, Trig's preparing some food and has left me in charge of it.
Hmm. Kiki, can you hear me?
Yeah?
She can.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
If everybody's here, I will explain what happens between the clash of elementals here.
Sounds good.
So, I see you're grabbing the artwork. I could just send that to you if you want.
It's already done.
Fair enough. Actually, I say that I could just send it to you. Apparently, I don't have it saved on my computer, so I'd have to pull it off of Roll20 in order to do so. So, go for it. Anyway, what happens? The fire elemental looks at the water elemental, and you immediately see a series of pulsed lighting, like jets of flame come erupting out of every empty aspect of the creature, like almost like it's pulsing in Morse code. And in response, you hear another low, continuous rumble from the Great Wall of Water. A moment afterwards, you see as all of the flaring lights on the fire elemental grow so bright that you can barely even see you can barely stand to look directly at it. It's glowing almost as bright as what the sun might. As the fire elemental proceeds to well, it just dives into the Great Wall of Water. And you see as this Great Wall of Water just begins releasing this terrible, groaning, loud, like incredible noise. It sounds like a dying whale. Like WAIL whale, not WHALE.
Which we've also heard.
Yes. And in doing so, you see as the Great Wall of Water greatly diminishes in size, and in doing so becomes way less imposing. However, the once blindingly bright light of the fire elemental is completely extinguished. And
Well-
as the great wall of water quite literally shrinks backwards, there is but the remains of cold, wet brimstones lying on the surface of the bridge.
Get bent, you pathetic, petulant puddle.
What'll make sense?
Nothing like a nice bit of, alliteration with your insults. I think it adds just a tiny bit of class.
Antagonistic alliteration, if you wish that to also be alliterative.
Yeah, I like it.
So, that's happened now.
Yeah.
I will say, from the DM's perspective, good choice in using the gem.
And
I don't think you'll see much of a better opportunity to use such a thing.
Yeah. I mean, I was thinking of throwing it into a crowded place with lots of people, but that's just chaotic evil, and Bobby's not chaotic evil. But I couldn't.
Why don't you just hook it through the window of an orphanage whilst you're at it?
Yeah, that sort of thing. Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's how you do your true neutral, though, isn't it? You know, you go around, you save a city, you save another city, you save the lives of the royal family of the kingdom, you save the peasantry, and you go, I'm getting a little too good, and you just blow up an orphanage to balance it out.
Yeah.
You die, they're trying to judge your soul. What the hell do we do with this guy? I mean, that was pretty atrocious, but he's done a lot of really good things, too. But what the hell up with blowing up an orphanage?
God, it reminds me of in Fallout, where you can go to Megaton, massacre the entire populace of the town, and then just walk 3 feet out the front door and just give several gallons of fresh water to a beggar. Just completely neutralize your karma.
Yeah, but you had to do shit like that in
balanced?
Fallout 3. You had certain playthroughs, certain mechanisms that were really beneficial for you to be neutral. And as a result, you could
Well, attempting to neutralize, being good is pretty easy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. Neutralizing being good is dead easy. You just go and, shoot a nun in the face or something.
Yeah.
Sell a kid into slavery because you can.
Look, as easy as it is to do the right thing in life, doing the wrong thing is so much easier than that.
Is it, though? I mean, there's that Viva la Dirt League shorts where they're going to do the bad playthrough, and they just feel so bad for themselves that they're going around killing the next child, going, do I really want to do this anymore?
I've enjoyed a few of their videos. I'll have to look at them.
People are totally very good, yeah. Thing is, it depends on how you're doing your evil playthrough. If you're doing like your Mass Effect games, where
Is it playing the bad guys hard?
Playing the bad guy in Mass
No,
Effect.
no. I'm asking if that's the name of the video.
Yeah,
anyway, I found it. I'll watch it later.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, cool.
Mass
Anyway, I
Effect
have that up in a tab.
playing the Renegade path is fucking hilarious.
Speaking of which, I've been thinking of playing Legendary Edition really soon.
Yeah, I got it recently. It was a really enjoyable playthrough. The changes they've made to Mass Effect 1 it's just so much better than it used to be.
Oh, they've improved it, really? Huh, cool.
Oh, yeah,
I'll see. But...
Mass Effect 1 is the major improvement. Mass Effect 2 and 3 are slight graphical improvements, but 1, massive changes. It's worth it just for that, in my opinion.
Well, anyway, we'll talk about that later. But anyway, back to blowing up orphanages.
Indeed, yes. I find the best way.
Because I
First,
think that's what we were RPing, right?
yeah, first board up the windows and tie the doors shut before
Yeah.
before setting fire to it. You can't have the little fuckers escaping.
Let one escape and be traumatized for life. He'll become a great antagonist for your next story. Either that, or you'll be the antagonist to his story, more likely. But point is, you'll be whichever perspective it is, the other guy will be the antagonist, and it'll be really compelling.
Yeah, you always have to leave one left. It's what I always
See,
used to
I
do in the
always-
Total War games. Is when I was murdering an entire army, I would always make sure that there was at least one person from that army that got to leave the map and run away and escape, because your tale must be told.
Yeah, I always enjoyed the send
That
in.
is fun, but I think it's slightly better to not let your tale be told, because that's even
Yes.
scarier. People just come up with stories on their own.
You make a fair point. Sorry. What were you saying, Kiki?
No, I was just saying I always like sending in the fresh orphan for them to take in, the one that seems really hard done by, but is actually the one that's going to destroy the whole thing from the inside.
The chaotic suicide bomber.
Absolutely.
No better use for an orphan.
How very Islamic of you.
Oh, I'm feeling suicidal. Can you fly a plane?
How do you feel about wearing this vest?
You don't actually need someone who can fly a plane for that sort of thing, because the difficulty in flying a plane is landing.
No, it isn't.
It really is.
I'm now
No.
just picturing that one Lazy Town meme with Robbie Rotten. Just, can you fly a plane? No. Would you like to?
I haven't seen this, but that sounds hilarious.
Oh,
But
oh,
seriously,
you
though,
haven't seen it.
staying level and in the air is actually very easy. The difficult part is landing safely.
Okay, yes, I understand that is if you're being serious about it, but with the implications of the conversation we were having, landing is not an issue.
Well, no, but that's what I say. You don't need someone who can actually fly, because a competent pilot can land the plane. You don't need someone who can do that.
Yeah,
They
you need
just
someone
need
who
to
can
hit
fly.
something.
You just don't need someone who can land.
There
Yeah.
you go, Coatrack. 6 seconds.
Oh,
It is
okay.
beautiful.
Nice. Is that just an actual clip?
Hmm?
Oh, this makes me really sad. Hooters apparently is filing for divorce. Not divorce.
Divorce.
They're filing for bankruptcy rather. After years of being Hooters, they're filing for
Uh-huh.
bankruptcy because they adopted DEI things and so on, and went very body positive. And I'm just gonna post a few images of what I'm talking about.
No, that you didn't.
Ugh.
Oh no, that's nothing.
I mean, I don't. Oh, Christ. Nope, scrolling up.
Why do they look like the clown from It?
Well, two of them are very, very definitely not passing trannies. You see, there was a day when the girl on the right hand side there was your average Hooters girl, and a lot of them looked a lot better. I'm told.
God,
but
looks like it's wearing a mask.
it's that the one in the middle on the right is horrifying. I mean, really, absolutely fucking terrifying. I would run screaming if I met that in real life.
I mean, is it wearing a mask or is it wearing someone else's face?
Maybe someone else's face. Either way, it needs shooting.
Honestly, Jason Voorhees would be more passing.
and just for everybody on the stream, this is what we're talking about. Yes, that's right. That's what Hooters has become, and that's why it's no longer going to be in existence. But
Probably for the best.
No, you know what? No, because
Absolutely for the best.
throughout the 90s
Absolutely
and
for the best.
90s and early 2000s, Hooters was a fun place to go and get some, fries and wings or whatever. Maybe start a bachelor party in a Hooters or something like that. Get a couple of beers down you, have get the motor running, so to speak, go off to a pub, and then go and have a proper lads' night out. Never really struck me as a family restaurant, which they tried to push. And then they went from family
What?
to they went to oh no, we're a family restaurant. Nah, that's not the place to bring little children. But it was a fun freaking place to go. That you then had to hide the receipt and make sure your girlfriend didn't find out you've been to Hooters. But then that happened.
Unless you've got the certain type of girlfriend who goes, "Oh, you've been to Hooters? That's lovely. Did you see Sally? I hope you left her a nice tip. She tries really hard there."
I mean, yeah. I used to know a girl that worked in Hooters. Unsurprisingly, of course, I did. Used to work place I was working at, and worked at Hooters at the weekend. That girl could not wear a long dress. I don't think she possessed one. Every single one of her dresses was basically a belt.
Shall we continue on with the session?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We could keep talking about fat people, but
then
I'd rather move on with the session.
Then she got pregnant,
Yeah,
and then she
same.
got married. Married a squaddy. Good lad.
I was going to say, is getting pregnant at Hooters the equivalent of getting fat at the Cheesecake Factory?
Basically. Well, the Cheesecake Factory was hilarious. They used to get pretty girl in, and within 6 months she'd be fat. They'd get rid of her and get a new pretty girl in. It was a terrifying thing. It was this horrifying sort of enfattening of attractive women. Literal factory.
Okay.
Yep. I used to try to convince them that they should go into partnership with a gym. Buy 2 cheesecakes and get a free gym session.
Oh, I was just thinking, the employees spend half the year working there, half the year getting unfat.
Exactly,
You just have 2 sets of employees.
There's a symbiosis that could happen there.
Anyway, game.
Yes.
So yeah, it's the elementals turn now. And the now greatly annoyed, slimmed down, and much more dangerous creature has it's not quite as big anymore. And it's going to make you regret that. First of all, let me just remove all of these red X's to show that the source of light in the area is now restored. And next, the creature is going to lunge forwards with its whopping 50 base movement speed. It arrives. It then ends its turn, leering menacingly in front of you all. Oh, also, the other elementals get to attack for what I believe is the first time. Because you guys have been dispatching them rather quickly up until now. Let's see. The red one is going to attack Ushanka. It makes 2 slam attacks. Slash R 1d20 plus 7. Does a 16 hit Ushanka?
AC is 11, so yes.
Right. And that's going to be slash R 2d8 plus 4. for a total
Wow.
of 15.
That's half his hit points.
It is. It's then going to attempt that again. And misses. The blue one is going to try to do something rather similar, this time for doing the first attack at Bobby and the second at Essig, attacking in both directions simultaneously. Does a 20 hit you, Bobby?
A 20 does hit me.
And to you, a 19, Essig.
Yes.
May I
Hey,
may I be allowed to retort?
you can if you want.
Oh, I want.
Remember, you've got
Bobby,
my bardic inspiration that does thunder damage.
May I
Bobby, you take 14 points of damage.
okay.
And if you immediately respond with Hellish Rebuke, you take the hit and channel so much fire into it that you literally reduce it to little more than a cloud of steam before it gets to attack Essig.
You're welcome.
If you want to use your inspiration, you could do damage to the big guy.
How can I do that?
I'll just clip the part of it relevant because it's a really long description.
That's a good idea.
And you can do thunder damage in a 5-foot
D&D
radius
range.
or something.
How much was that? 14 damage.
Immediately after use the inspiration.
8 of it's eaten by your temporary hit points.
Yep, I know. What did
Is
you?
the chicken okay, by the way?
The chicken is fine. It's lovely actually. Thank you. I like the garnish. Very ironic.
You can't use that for this. That is specifically when making an attack roll. Hellish Rebuke is not an attack.
Not as a reaction.
Oh.
If Bobby were to stab it, though, that would work. Interestingly enough, the damage deals thunder damage to the target and to each creature of your choice that you can see within 5 feet of the creature. Which means, if Bobby were to stab it from where he is currently standing and use that, the resulting thunder damage would hit the red dot elemental all the way over on the left.
Cool.
So that's fun. Big targets ring out, apparently. With that said, the elementals have had their turn, meaning it is now time for Piper.
Sorry, I didn't catch how much damage I took.
You didn't take any.
Okay.
Right. I would. Go on, sorry.
Please continue. I was just going to say that Bobby managed to save Essig from taking any damage by killing it with Hellish Rebuke before it could hit him.
Cool.
Well, I would like to also summon a fire elemental to attack this creature.
Oh.
So I too shall, seeing how affected it was from the first one, grasp a small red gem and throw it at the creature, with a much smaller fire elemental bursting out of it that will hover in the sky and continually blast it with fireballs. Assuming it
I
fails its will
see.
save.
Phantasmal Force. What a spell that I'm suspecting is rapidly becoming your favorite spell in the game, Kiki.
I kind of love it, yeah.
Let's see. What is the saving throw on this thing?
15.
And what check is it?
I think it's wisdom.
Oh no, it says towards the top there. The target must make an intelligence saving throw.
Ah, intelligence.
Right.
Okay.
this thing does not have the same stat block as a standard water elemental. So I'm going to make something up on the fly. It rolls a 16 to save against the Phantasmal Force.
Boo.
What does Phantasmal Force do if the check succeeds?
I think it just if the check succeeds, the target realizes the phantasm is illusion. It's an illusion, and the spell ends.
So that's what we call a save or suck ability, I'm afraid.
Mhm. Well,
You have your bonus action.
yeah. Let's give
Can I try to do something that might help Kiki?
Potentially.
Are you going to silvery barbs him?
That's why I'm not sure if that works though. That's why I was going to ask.
Yes, it would. In fact, that is the exact thing that Silvery Barbs is used for. You
Okay.
consume your reaction to cast Silvery Barbs to force a creature to re-roll.
Well, have at it.
Let's see here. That's a natural 1.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Well done.
Thank you very
Okay,
much.
so Phantasmal Force, I believe it first deals damage at the beginning of the next turn. Is that right?
Let's have a look. I thought it dealt it immediately and then at the beginning of each of its turns. Let's have a look.
Potentially. Well, we'll just treat it as if that is how it works.
Yeah, it's a lot of text.
You go ahead and roll the damage, or do you want me to?
Here we go. Have a d6.
Okay.
Take my 1. And as
Loses
far as it's
1.
concerned, there is a fire elemental whirling around its head, blasting it with fireballs. It can spend its full action examining the creature to try and discern it as an illusion, or continue to be in pain.
Right. Well, this thing is not going to take its turn for a little while.
No, but
What it is going to do is it's going to use a legendary action.
Ah,
can I give everyone some bonus hit points first?
It's still your turn. Legendary actions occur at the end of your turn. So yes.
Fantastic. I will refresh both Bobby's hit points, temporary hit points, up to 8 again. I shall give 8 temporary hit points to the bear, and I would also like to give some temporary hit points to this dude here, so that he can be a bit more sustained in the fight. And I'll take some myself, because then everyone's got some. Unless you want to move, Coat. Do you want to move?
no. Wait, what? Can I move?
If I put this spell on you, you have the ability to move.
I don't particularly think I need to now.
Okay, great. In that case, I'll take some temporary hit points and I'll give them out otherwise as previously listed.
All right. Bear's going to run away.
That movement is my reaction, isn't it?
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
So I can't do that because I've just used my reaction. But that's okay.
What did you use your reaction on?
Hellish Rebuke.
Yes, that's true. You do, however, still receive the temporary hit points.
I do. And that's fine. That's good enough for me.
That's the main thing I wanted it for, to be honest. But that is then me done.
Right. The creature is going to use its legendary action to move 30 feet. And is going to plop itself right there. Bobby, Essig, and Cardgar, you are now considered engulfed. Whilst you are engulfed, you cannot breathe or speak.
Does that mean spells with vocal elements to it are impossible to cast?
Yes, you are now effectively underwater.
Interesting.
Let's not cast any lightning spells.
So, with that said, it has done its movement. It is now Essig's turn.
Hey. All right. Yeah. Unless someone has a better recommendation. Wait, actually, let me double check my other thingies. Huh. Yeah. No, I'll just go straight for casting another shatter on it.
Righto.
I'll just shatter it somewhere where that's not going to hit anyone else.
There's that
That's fair.
gemstone thingy at the top of it. Can you get that?
If there's that, then I'll definitely aim at it. If
Can
that
you-
is relevant.
Can you move
I don't
out
know
of
if-
it before you do that, though? Because
Is there any penalties to me walking out of it?
You are moving via what you are what will be considered a swim speed. If you are not proficient in swimming, then you move at half speed.
I
So as
don't
opposed
think
to
I
6 tiles-
particularly am, but that doesn't really stop me from getting out anyway, so I'll just back off a bit. Oh wait, does this have
Right.
attack of opportunity?
You don't know that.
Okay, then I will not step out of what I believe to be its range, which presumably stepping right next to it is not out of its range. Anyway, I'll just step right here, and then cast, like, at its head, shatter.
Alrighty, go ahead and roll your shatter damage. That's going to be a dexterity saving throw, which it passes with a natural 18 plus 2.
Well, I mean,
So
I'm
that
pretty
is
sure it would.
a total of 8 damage.
I'm pretty sure it would have passed anyway, but it's a Constitution saving throw.
Ah, is it?
Yes.
Yes, then it would have passed even harder, I'm afraid.
Yeah. So I figured just make sure.
I could have sworn it was a dexterity. No, well,
Nope.
I guess I must be mixing.
You
the
can
other
actually see in the
with,
thing I posted. It says a DC 16 Constitution save.
Ah, so it does. Right. Let me just quickly deduct
Yeah.
off the health.
Kind of like earlier when I didn't notice the damage in the attack. Some of the stuff just completely gets scanned by when you're used to seeing it.
Yeah. Right. At the end of Essig's turn, the creature is going to use 2 legendary actions to activate a special ability. I would like Cardgar and Bobby to make me strength saving throws, please.
So I truly do believe in you.
I am
Don't
actually
forget
going
you
to.
have Bard inspiration.
I was about to say I'm actually going to use my bardic inspiration for this because I stand no fucking chance otherwise. So strength saving throw, you say?
Indeed.
Yeah, I think I will also
Holy
use my
crap.
Bardic inspiration.
So and it's a 1d8, isn't it? Oh no, it's 1d8 twice, and choose the better one.
That's right.
If it's mine, then yes.
Yes.
I think
You also
Oh,
need
actually-
to make the strength save.
Yeah, I just want to double check that. Saving throw. No, it doesn't. You don't roll it twice on that. You gain temporary hit points equal to what you roll.
Oh,
But
Okay.
plus my charisma
Ah.
modifier. So That would be what did you roll?
I rolled a 3, so I would have.
So you get 6 temporary hit points.
6 temporary. That doesn't add on to the ones I've already got, does it?
No, if it's greater, it refreshes. If it's lesser, it does nothing.
Even
Yep.
if it's from different sources.
Yep.
Yeah.
Temporary hit points. I understand
Yeah.
why they don't allow you to just incrementally add on, because otherwise there would be some really fucking broken buff builds.
That's
Yeah.
So
Right.
okay, so
I think
get,
it's the
So
virtue cantrip.
that's a failure from Trig.
what 16 is
Ah,
a
But
failure.
Godgar,
I shall do mine. I think my inspiration only is normal in this case. It's Coatrack's one.
The 16 strength saving throw is a failure.
Uh-huh.
Well,
I got 15.
this is both
I
fucked.
rolled badly.
Yeah, look at that. Jesus. Well, you both fail, which means you both take the resulting damage. Let's see. Okay, so you both take 15 bludgeoning damage, and you are both considered restrained.
So it's only 7 after your temporary hit points.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Yes.
So, with that said, we now move on to the gnome's turn. The definitely not a gnome. Let's see. What's definitely not a gnome going to do? Yeah, he's just going to throw another fireball at it. Why not?
Oh.
Let's see. So that's a total of 24 damage. Now let's see if it can roll a dexterity saving throw, which is going to be one of these. That is not sufficient to surpass. What's his name again? Heinrich. Heinrich's DC. So that is a total of 24 damage dealt. And that's going to be that much. With the application of another fireball, it shrinks slightly. In fact, it would actually shrink in that direction. There we go. So, Essig, it has shrunk away from you, quite literally, meaning it has technically left your attack reach.
Ah. Actually, I don't think. I'm pretty sure it has to be voluntary, so I don't think I actually get anything for that.
Yeah, I think you're right, actually.
It also means that it's a coward.
Yeah.
Right.
Keep
that's
going, but I am
the-
going to double check that just to make sure I remember that correctly.
Mr. Heinrich runs away from the thing, wanting to put some distance between himself and it, and receives an attack of opportunity, which is going to be one of these, which is a miss. Right. It's now Cardgar's turn. Cardgar,
I'm going to swim to here.
you are restrained and cannot move.
Oh, I am not going to swim to here.
Now,
I mean, you're inside of it. If you swing your axe, you can't miss, right?
can you breathe water?
No, but I
Didn't
can
think so.
create air.
You can create air in an unoccupied space.
That's true. I see the problem. So what do I roll for suffocation? Is that a strength saving throw?
For now, you do not need to roll. Suffocation is something that happens later on.
I say 6 seconds is a turn. Anyone that can hold their breath for 6 seconds or 12. Most people can hold it for a minute at least.
That's true.
Yes.
Okay, I have
Basic-
a question, Ginger.
Basically, you won't die for as long as this fight continues, so long as you eventually win.
I have a question. What would
Go on.
a marble-sized thunderstone do if I activated it in this position? Would that propel me out of it?
It would hurt.
But
Yeah.
would it propel me?
You don't know. It would have to overcome the creature's ability to restrain you.
All right. Instead, then I'm just going to be useful to everyone else. I'm going to cast this spell on the element on both the small and the big elemental.
That has a verbal component. Unless you can breathe underwater, you can't do that.
Ah. All right. I am not going to be helpful to everyone else. I am going to attack. And that does
Okay.
rubbish damage. Wow.
You attack with disadvantage, dealing an equal split of slashing and heat, which means a quarter of that would be halved. So I'm going to say that deals 5 damage,
And I suppose,
which, I'll be honest, was more than I was expecting.
yeah. Is Bardic Inspiration verbal?
Yeah, I'm going to say Bardic Inspiration is verbal.
So I
Even a
can't just
thumbs up.
I can't just do like do an awkward floating in enemy water elemental dance.
It says words or music, so if you could make noise, in theory, it should be fine.
I think the question is, can
Does-
a mine do bardic inspiration?
No, I think the real question is, does the effect of Bardic Inspiration state that the recipient needs to hear you?
Yes.
Then no, it doesn't work.
All right.
I will allow you to roll to see if you can inspire Bobby, but that's the only option that you have for trying to Bardically
I
inspire.
may as well. What was that, performance?
Anyway, words or music, so if you can make music that they can hear, that also works. You don't specifically, technically have to be able to breathe.
I will say you can attempt to create music, so just roll something you feel is appropriate.
All right. I'm going to combine the attack I did with strumming a chord on the ear splitter, and I'd like to use performance for that.
Sure, go for it.
20.
Bobby, you receive bardic inspiration through the garbled, warbled noises that your friend is able to somehow transmit to you through this creature's watery body.
Awesome.
And Shenka is going to disengage. That's a thing he can do, isn't it?
It is, but the creature has already used its attack of opportunity.
Oh, even better. So Shenka's just gonna run next to the gnome and use him as a meat shield.
Well, I have a suggestion. What I'm going to do is I'm going to move everything there. If Ushanka wants to run, Ushanka now has more distance to run with.
Okay. Yeah, he's going to run to there. I know. I know you're probably thinking, why doesn't he pull Cargo out? But I don't think bears are smart enough to do that.
Yeah, pretty much.
Since he
He's got
doesn't
an
need to
intent.
use his action to disengage, he can still use his action to make an attack before he runs.
That's true, though that would mean he only manages to cross half the distance compared to dashing.
I mean, given that he's going to be doing half of a 1d6 or 2d4, it's not really going to be that significant. But sure, why not? Put him here, and
No.
Let's have him take a bite out of this guy. Does he get flanking bonus because of the people inside, perchance? I know I'm reaching here.
No, but I am going to say that a 13 still hits.
Okay.
Because again, this is it's a rather
Big.
large target. And it also gets to make a claw attack, if memory says.
Oh, yeah, it does. You are correct.
So that's a total of 6 damage dealt.
Worth
And
it.
then Yushanka runs away, and it moves to Bobby's turn.
Right.
So,
Give me just a moment, because I've had a minor catastrophe in my life. Need to run to the bathroom very quickly to sort something out. Nothing gross or anything like that. Just
Did you spill your food on yourself?
no. It's
I believe I heard earlier the sound of crockery breaking.
it wasn't broken, but I just need to clean something up a little bit. Fine.
How much blood is there?
There isn't.
Oh, good.
Right. There we go.
Bet it was the
What?
mushrooms.
It was not the mushrooms. I did appreciate the irony of the mushrooms. Now, I can't do most of my attacks that I would normally do in this circumstance because they're all vocal components. And I can't really do that
Yes.
whilst underwater. So Shatter's out, Fireball's out, etc. I do actually have a cantrip called Booming Blade, which essentially just does normal standard damage with my sword, but if the beastie happens to move, he will take the Booming Blade extra damage. So let's do that.
Well, it has an awfully low AC, so give it a go. You need to make a spell attack. Or just a regular attack.
I need to make a regular attack, that's the thing, and if he moves now, he's going to incur... That's an 11, nice. He's going to incur 2d8 thunder damage.
Okay. That damage rounds down to 5. And the booming effect remains.
Exactly. Doesn't happen yet, but when he does, if he does move, he will take 2d8 thunder damage. It's kind of a fun
Righto.
little cantrip.
Right. It moves onto the elemental's turn, which is rather convenient timing for you.
Mhm.
The first thing it's going to do is it's going to it's going to hit you again. Let's see. Strength saving throws from the pair of you, please.
Lovely.
Don't forget you got inspiration trait.
I do, I know. So I get 16 again.
You also get 4 temporary hit points,
Eight.
plus 3, so 7.
7. Lovely.
Does Cardgar have an inspiration?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
Right. Well, I'm afraid you both fail in that case, which means it's going to be another big pain. That goes to the both of you.
Oh, that's not good. I'm down to 9 hit points.
And it's then going to transfer some of its hit points over to the small red elemental. Let's see. it shrinks down by a size, and this one goes up by a size. And then this thing is going to go here and is going to whack Bobby.
Can it punt Bobby
So-
while Bobby's inside its friend?
Yeah, I mean, it's water interacting with water. I will be
Well-
kind and say it attacks with disadvantage. Rolling a natural 1 in the process. It gets to make 2 attacks. Does a 14 hit?
My armor class is 16, so no.
Amazing. In that case, the smaller of the 2 water elementals fails to strike you despite being restrained and backs out of its larger cousin. It now moves on to Piper's turn.
Right. I have a question for you.
Yep.
Bobby and Khadgar are restrained.
Indeed.
That means they can't take their movement actions, right?
Indeed.
Now, I can give people the ability to move through this. Since it's a magical effect, is that also hindered by restrained, or would that allow them to move out of the creature?
The act of being restrained causes a creature's movement to be reduced to 0.
Right. But I could give them some temporary hit points back.
You absolutely could give them temporary hit points. They just can't move.
Fine, I shall give temporary hit points to Bobby and Khadgar as essentially some pre-healing.
8.
8.
8 is good.
And let's also do Essig and myself. Do we want to move, Coates? Do we want to split up so it can't engulf all of us at once? I'm going to move down here. Not as part of the reaction, but as my actual movement.
Yeah, I still actually have those temporary HP you gave me earlier, the 8.
Oh, okay. The bear's taken a hit, hasn't it? I'll give it to the bear instead then,
Yeah.
if you don't want them.
There's a half health.
That
I think
works for me.
He's still got 8 temporary hit points.
Does he?
Yep.
Alright.
Well, whoever wants them is welcome to them. Anyway, if we've got a guy on our side who doesn't have the temporary hit points, they can have them.
No.
I think I've done the name. The creature is still being bombarded by the fire elemental and will be
Right.
hit for 6 damage.
That's a bit better than
It
last time.
Yeah, 6 fire damage from this creature. And
Speaking of, remind me of that when it comes round to the creature's turn next.
okay, no problem. I will also give a shout over the creature and go, you're just gonna let him do that? You're just gonna let him keep pummeling you? I thought you were tough. And drop a quick vicious mockery on him for 2d4.
It sounded almost like motivation.
Well, I'm trying to make it feel insignificant.
Vicious mockery is a wisdom.
It is
which
15.
is going to be a failure. It takes a further 7 damage.
And it's got disadvantage on its next attack.
Good to know.
The most important part of Vicious Mockery, and everybody always forgets it.
But yes, that's me done.
is the disadvantage on its next attack.
All right, yeah.
Because Vicious Mockery
All
is
right.
a weak cantrip otherwise.
At the end of Piper's turn, the creature uses a legendary action to thwack Essig. Or at least attempt to. Does 10 hit?
No.
Ah, that's probably good for you. It's now your turn.
Yay. All right. Well, okay, so that is a separate creature next to it, right?
That is
Yes.
correct, yes.
Okay, I can't use third level anymore, but I can use a second level spell slot to shatter both of them.
Ah,
You know,
good
like-
to know.
Just off to the side a bit where it won't hit anyone else. Assuming there's no issue with that, I will now roll it.
First is for the big one, second is for the smaller one. Never mind, they both rolled a 12.
And took 17 damage. Which is more than I've done with
Okey-dokey.
some of my third level spell slots, so whatever.
Yeah. Right, so that's minus 17 to the pair of them.
Does anyone need an inspiration that can hear
Yeah.
me?
Yeah, would I be able to hear him? Probably not.
Unless Essig wants to voluntarily stick his head inside of its inside of its body, no.
I don't think I actually have any spells to use bonus action. No, I don't. I can't actually think of a use for my bonus action, so I'll probably just let it pass then. Oh, duh. Bardic Inspiration, negative Bardic Inspiration on the big one.
Aha. Whilst we
Yeah,
move on
is
to
that
the
for you?
gnome's turn, could you just
That?
Thank you very much. Subtract the number from the next saving throw it makes. Good to know.
Yes.
Next time it tries to make a saving throw of some kind, it probably won't work out too well. But it's now going to use its legendary action to attempt to slam you, Essig.
Uh-huh.
Does a 15 hit?
No, I have 16.
Oof. Lucky. Right. Heinrich is going to call out, "Didn't want to use this!" and is going to throw out another fireball. This time it glowing a bit brighter. I believe a upcast fireball goes from 8d6 to 10d6. Am I right?
Ooh, that's a question. Hang on.
Let's find out.
Fireball. At higher levels, when you cast
it's
this
only
spell
1d6.
using 4th level, it increases by 1d6. Each slot above.
You see as the gnome casts a particularly brightly glowing mote of flame that arcs over the creature's head and slams into the behind of the smaller elemental, striking round about here so as to not hit Bobby but still hit the two creatures. This causes the red elemental to be reduced to but a mere speck, and the greater one also shrinks down by a size.
Oh, it can only just keep both of you still in there.
Yeah,
Hmm.
it's gonna fucking. Hold on a
Okey-dokey.
second. I forgot to do something last round when it attacked me. Let me just check if I can do it or not. But I could have used my reaction to hellish rebuke it if I can, and I can't because it's verbal. No worries.
Ah.
You point your finger, and the creature that damaged you is momentarily silent. Oh, hold on a second. Just point your finger.
Well, in its
post
component
post the
section, it
spell.
should say whether or not
Yeah,
it looked like a V.
Yeah, it's a verbal. Yeah, it is verbal. Sorry.
What is the
In that
verbal
case-
component? Does it require you to say a string of words, or is it just gargling?
The verbal component has to be a word that is able to be heard, typically.
Oh dear. I do love that wizards are always depicted as like bookish and quite stoic with what they do, and wise and sometimes mad and chaotic. But in actuality, if you follow the rules as written, they shout out every ability like a magical girl.
I was
Yeah,
thinking
pretty
more
much.
like Dragon Ball.
It's like an anime.
Their attacks get stronger if they say its name.
Yes.
I think it's my turn, or is it still Gnome's turn?
It's your turn. The gnome just threw out a fourth level fireball.
I think
I
Goblin
think
Slayer
I actually
represents it
have
pretty well.
a clever idea.
Yes.
Dropping an item's a free action, isn't it?
Indeed, it is.
So I would like to drop my harmonica next to me,
Okay.
and then as for my action, I would like to turn it into a dancing item. So I think I've got a thing for this. Yes, I do. I'm just going to plop that down for visual reference. And then for my bonus action, I'm going to command it to push me and Trig out of the water elemental because it is not restrained.
Could you post the text of the dancing item, please?
Yeah, give me a second. Where is it? Animating performance.
You hold a wall of text.
And that's not everything because, oh wait, no, I think everything is encapsulated in there, actually. Yep.
Yeah, you can do that. That doesn't require you to be able to speak for some reason.
Well, it says, I don't know, I think you just point and just think what you want it to do.
Yeah.
So, given it's not doing anything but moving, I'm guessing it can double its movement.
It will be required to use its action to shove you. One of
Okay.
the ways in which you can escape being whelmed, as it's known, that is what is happening to you, is by having another creature use its action to attempt to move you.
All right, well, I guess it'll push me out, and then I'll just have it move over to Trig so it's ready to help push him out.
It needs to make a DC 18 strength saving throw to displace you out of this thing, to overpower
I will
the
roll its
elemental that has
strength.
engulfed you.
Damn it.
I'm afraid that is
And
not
it-
sufficient. Although,
Right.
if it is inspired, it could.
I'm not able to inspire. Or am I?
You
But
technically are able, since we've already established that with a sufficiently high performance check, you
Okay.
can inspire things that are in the same creature as you.
In which case, I will inspire it with the same bonus action that I used to command it.
Okay, go for it.
So, because
Either
this is a
roll it.
skill check.
Now, this is a saving throw specifically.
Yep.
Now, I will say you can either use the bardic inspiration to try and increase this 14 to an 18, or you can try rolling again when you command it to try and save Bobby. Though
So
that
this
would
is-
be next turn.
Okay, so on this turn, though, it's a strength check, yeah? So it's ability check.
It's technically according to this, it's a strength save. Wait, no, it is a strength check.
Okay, in which case, because it's a ability check, I get to roll 2d8 and pick the highest. Or, well, the one I
Alright.
prefer.
This might succeed. Go for it.
4. I get 18.
18 is sufficient. The thing is just about able to push Cardgar out of the entity, and
Okay,
now has its movement to use.
I'm going to use movement to put it here. And then,
Okay.
yeah, that's, I think, everything. Oh, wait, do I get
Alrighty.
my movement?
Now you do, yes. You are no longer restrained, so you have your movement to take.
Does this thing have a reaction? Has it used it?
I don't know. Does it?
I can't remember if it's used it this turn.
Oh, if only there was a recording to watch.
Sorry?
If only there was a recording to watch.
It has yet to use its reaction on this turn.
I think I'm going to chance a disengage here then.
Disengage requires your action.
Yeah, so that's not what I meant. I meant moving away.
Ah, fair. Go for it then.
I was wondering what you meant by chance a disengage, since it's supposed to get rid of the chance.
Yeah, no. I knew what I meant. I just said the wrong word. So 11
Once
does not hit.
again, it fails to hit you.
Oh,
Nice.
Every time this thing attempts to lash out with one of its outgoing attacks, it just seems to roll like shit.
I'm okay with that.
Despite having a +7.
Yeah. Anyway, it is now Bear's turn.
Bear is hiding behind gnome, trying to look small.
That is a very funny mental image. Bobby,
He's got his paws on the gnome's like shoulders and just trying to cower behind him.
It's my turn.
Indeed, it is.
Can I attempt to break free of the restraint?
Unfortunately, you cannot. The only way to be pulled out of this is to have something else reach in and pull you out.
No way of breaking through the restraint. So I am absolutely, completely, and utterly stuck. And all of my spells are verbal.
You're right on the edge of it. Maybe you can stick your head out of it.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping for.
Like you'll still be restrained, but maybe you can shout something.
I will say if you can make a DC 18 strength saving throw, you can stick your head out just long enough to say something.
Yeah, well, I'm going to have a go at that at least. No harm in trying. Do we have a bardic inspiration at the present moment? Do.
I believe you do.
It's good because I don't stand a chance of doing it otherwise because I have a -3 to strength.
You need to roll a 5 or higher.
Yes, I do. I do not.
That's unfortunate.
Was it my bardic
Right then.
inspiration?
It was.
Oh,
It
well,
was.
you get 6 temporary hit points.
I don't need it. I already have 8.
Okay.
But I appreciate it.
Okay, you can still make a melee attack.
I can. So I'm going to do yet another booming blade thing with my rapier.
Okay, you attack with disadvantage.
Stabby, stabby.
And unfortunately, you're just simply not able to get sufficient thrusting capabilities in your restrained state.
Fair enough.
The rest of you look on in horror as Bobby, several more bubbles of used air leak out of his lips as he flails around inside the creature.
As I'm just looking, that's your worst possible roll, a 2.
Yeah.
Yep. It moves on to the elemental's turn, and it is going to first of all make another swing at Essig because it's getting rather pissed off at the fact that it apparently can't hit Essig.
You asked me to remind you on the creature's turn of the fire elemental that's bombarding it.
That's true. I did.
Also, this.
It spends its action attempting to flail at and attempting to engulf and effectively just extinguish the fire elemental that it perceives to be attacking it, which means it needs to roll to discern the nature of the elemental. That's an intelligence saving throw.
That
And
is
I believe that passes.
that is a success unless someone has a silvery
Do I have
barb
my
for it.
reaction?
I believe you do.
Have some silvery barbs.
Okie dokie. That's
I
a
mean,
lot.
you can at least give advantage to someone else or yourself with it as a result.
Yeah. Drake, you have advantage.
Thank you.
Yep. Trig now has advantage. Very good. Very good. Yeah, it used its action to flail, and as far as it's concerned, successfully extinguish an apparently rather annoying but otherwise not very dangerous fire elemental. And then it moves on to Piper's turn.
Fantastic. Well, the first thing I shall do is I shall throw another fire elemental at it. I reach into my
Hang
bag,
on.
grab another. Go on.
Does it become immune to the effects of phantasmal force?
No, it in fact doesn't even realize it was an illusion.
Are you sure?
I'm certain. Here, I will paste it.
Let's see.
It's a really good spell.
If the check succeeds, the target realizes that the phantasm is an illusion. So you were wrong there.
Oh, darn, really?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's if it just ends, it doesn't realize that's the one, yeah. But it's not immune to it, according to this.
It's not immune to it, which strikes me as rather silly. It really should
So,
be. If a creature manages to figure out that it's an illusion, it should just be able to figure out, that thing is casting illusions. I shall be doubtful.
well, yes,
Anyway.
but which one's the real illusion? It's got to spend the turn to discern it. So I'm gonna throw another red jewel at it and burst another elemental out to harass it. I don't know why I
Alright.
posted it again. That's a DC 15 will save. Wisdom save, even.
That's a fail. And it's an intelligence save, not a.
It is an intelligence save. I was just thinking that's wrong, but yes. Okay, so I will do my 1d6 because it is on my turn. But it's twice.
I have just remembered something, by the way.
Go on.
This thing should have taken its turn. The tiny little red dot that is technically an extremely small water elemental. You know what? It's going to go for Essig. Oh, hang on. Shouldn't have made it grow. Should have just made it move. I can only make it move, apparently.
No.
There we go. Essig, does a 25 hit you?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see how much damage it deals. God, I had to go far back in order to figure out how much damage it would deal. Let's go with...
Oh no, 2 of my temporary HP. I only have 6 left.
This thing effectively just flails and hits what I can only presume to be your pant leg, mildly moistening it in the process.
The 25 to hit, and then 2 damage is...
I'm still healthier than I started this fight.
It's like attacking him with a water pistol.
Yeah, this thing is quite literally about the size of a medium-sized kitten. And about as dangerous. So yes, now that I've remembered to have that thing do its thing, it is Essex's turn now, I believe.
Yep, I don't have any bonus actions anymore.
Righto. So, Essig, your turn.
Yeah. Huh.
You have a drowning companion within running distance.
I do. So I'll help him by damaging the creature that's drowning him.
Ah, glorious.
And cast Shatter about here-ish so that it hits both the enemies.
Okay, well, I'm not even gonna... Yeah, the wet splidge fails to survive. Roll the damage.
Roll like normal for the other one, yeah. Oh, I'll use, beforehand I'll use my Bardic Uninspiration on it.
Ah, good choice. Good choice. So that's going to be 1d20. Plus 4 minus 1d8. Does a 15 pass? No, it doesn't. A 16 would have.
Correct.
So the uninspiration thoroughly uninspired it.
Good.
That's going to be that much. Take away that much, which is absolutely going to cause it to shrink.
I would shrink that fucking way, wouldn't it?
It chooses which way it wants to shrink.
It chose incorrectly. It's going to pay for this.
I hope you guys have enjoyed this fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've actually found
It's-
this one to be
it's-
pretty interesting.
It's coming to a close soon.
I really
It's
want the
going to
shiny
use-
rock.
It's going to use 2 legendary actions to attempt to finish off Trig. Strength saving throw, please, Trig.
Give me a fucking break.
Remember, you've got advantage.
I do. Yes, that's a good point.
You can't succeed this.
That's not true. There's a...
No, even with... If
'Cause-
you rolled a nat 20, you
Yeah.
would get a 17.
Yes, but
The
it's a nat...
DC is 80.
It's a nat 20.
Damn it, I hate when I hear other people's
That's-
Discord notifications.
That's still wouldn't work, I'm afraid.
I do not pass your strength saving throw. I rerolled it again because the one is... Oh, it doesn't matter anyway. Yeah, it wasn't the one. Either way. Utterly fucked.
Oh, that should be 2 higher, by the way. That should be a 13.
13.
Right.
13 damage.
And-
Is that all it can do? I'm literally going... It can hear me because I'm just going, lol, that's so fucking weak. How can... You call yourself a monster? You can't even crush a halfling. Pathetic. Utterly fucking pathetic. I burble at it. in an incomprehensible language that is
You know what? Given that you're so close to the outer surface of it, I'm going to say that Essig can hear vague, bubbly noises of an annoyed halfling. An incredulous, annoyed halfling, I will say.
The midget seems upset.
Right. So that was 2 of its legendary actions, of which means it
Weak.
now has no
Those
more
aren't
until
legendary
its
actions.
turn comes around.
There is no legend about those actions. Those are the actions of a mite, a termite, a puddle. It is nothing more than a wet, muddy stain on my boot, and I will demonstrate that in a minute when I get out of this.
Cool.
A firebolt whiffs the once enormous water elemental, and it moves on to Kargar's turn.
Okay. Well, first things first, I guess. Let's. I'm out of bardic inspiration, but I can still bonus action command get Trig out of this using my dancing item.
Thank you.
So strength roll, yeah.
DC 18 strength.
23.
That's a pass. Trig,
So
you are transported to outside of the creature's form.
It's going to die so horribly now.
so I say move Trig up 1 square.
I will move me
He
up
can move
one
himself.
square.
Oh yes, he can. He's no longer incapacitated.
Yes.
Hmm.
And then let's see what I can do. I suppose shatter.
Yeah, that'll hurt.
Take a 12.
I'll see if he takes a 6.
I like that one of the best offense spells for a bard is just an unreasonably loud noise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I've also got Thunderclap as a cantrip as well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it up to 11. We'll be able
God,
to
this
talk
thing
for a minute.
passes every con save.
Yeah, it's got a +4.
Yeah, that'll do it.
It also started the fight with 400 hit points.
Doesn't have that many anymore.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. In fact, I'm going to say that with that, it's a bit smaller now.
Does my
Cardgar.
dancing items still get to move?
I believe your dancing item had to use its action to extract Bobby.
Yes.
So, no.
Okay.
But it can move. It can move. It just can't move. It can't do things.
No, it just said move.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay. Sure.
In which
It can
case,
move.
I want it to just fly around without provoking opportunity, so it's flanking.
Don't do
Right.
that.
It
Don't
can
do
do that.
that. Don't do that. Don't.
No?
No. 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 No.
Okay.
No.
Should I don't move then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't move.
Okay. Okay. I'm not moving then.
Okay. Well, at the end of Cardgar's turn, it doesn't have any legendary actions. Bobby, what are you going to do?
I'm going to cast Fireball on this motherfucker and send him back into a big puff of fucking steam and sludge. Now, I'm going to have to cast
Go
this
for it.
basically through him and out the other side. Otherwise, I will incinerate myself and Cardgar's thing, and if he'd put it on the other side of me, I would have had no choice but to completely fucking vaporize it. So, as we know,
Yep,
it is a...
that would have been a very well done harmonica. I will say that you can fireball any location you can see, which means if you want to, you could fire it straight up and have it arc over the creature.
I mean, yeah, I'm going to engulf it, but not engulf myself. So essentially, that is the area that it's going to be happening. Possibly slightly
All right.
slightly elevated, but that's just what Fireball is like. It's a big bastard.
Roll thy damage.
Rolling thine
Whilst
damage. That's 26 fire damage, though.
Does it make the save? No, it doesn't. Please describe what happens to this creature as it is finished off with Bobby's fireball.
In a verbal torrent, the likes of which I dare not utter on YouTube for fear of not just my account being banned, but all of us being imprisoned from YouTube, any social media, and probably have the police knocking on our doors fairly rapidly. The torrent is so vile and verbose that, frankly, the water elemental would have died from that in itself. But no, Bobby raises his hands, fire burning from them, and just points it at the water elemental. The resultant blast just vaporizing the whole thing in a steam explosion. If it could scream, it wouldn't be able to scream because its vocal cords would have been burnt from within it.
Very nice. The creature shrinks away, getting smaller and smaller as the inferno rages on, until all of the water is gone, and that glowing moat that you saw atop the creature's form reveals itself to be approximately 1 foot wide, now rather nicely steamed crab. Curiously, the crab appears to be gilded with gold.
I'm going to walk over, pick up the crab, and toss it in the general direction of Piper, and go. Don't ever tell anybody I gave you crabs.
I think that was between you and me, Bobby.
Well done, guys. Well done. I set up that battle with the intention of it being largely unwinnable.
Haha.
You're learning how to balance for our party.
No, I'm learning how to make you expend your useful and valuable one-time use items. That fire elemental immediately cut the giant wall of water's health down from 400 to 200. You then manually whittled down the rest of it yourselves.
I just like that I got to shatter water.
Yep.
Yep. By the way, around this moment is when you all realize that it stopped raining. And I think that's about the right time to call an end to the session. Only 40 minutes later than expected.
Works out for me, because I should actually head out pretty soon.
Cool.
So, Ginge, what am I putting in my inventory for this crab? Just golden crab?
I would say gilded crab. It's the crab itself consists of a blue shell where all of the seams of the chitinous plates meet, being lined with gold filigree. It is opulent and, quite frankly, ostentatious for a crab.
That's fine.
Is the crab alive?
Not anymore. In fact, it smells rather good.
Yeah, I think we should probably
end the battle with a meal.
I mean, we do usually eat the things we've just killed.
Is it, Ginger? Is this the crab?
No.
Okay.
In fact, let me just expand out the image, making it really big. Notice the crab at the top. It was always a crab.
It was the first thing I saw when you put it down, and I was like, glowy thing. I want that glowy thing.
You
Yep.
got it
Well,
now.
It's not glowing anymore. It's a steamed crab now.
Well, we're going to enjoy eating it, and we're going to use the shell for decoration.
Yep,
If
that's
it-
fair.
If it's a non-magical crab, once I've taken a look at it, I can make more of it if we ever want to eat it again.
Well, I will say that anybody who wants to, feel free to roll me either an Arcana or a Nature check when inspecting the golden crab or the gilded.
What about an expenditure of the identify spell?
You can if you want, but I'd still recommend rolling.
Let's give it a nature. I only got 11.
I'm going to give it an arcana. Because this is clearly a magic crab.
Drake, you going to get in on this?
Am I doing an Arcana check? Yeah.
Or nature, whatever's higher.
Yeah, right. They're both awful for me.
But it can't be worse than your strength. Oh, never mind. It is worse than your strength. Save.
Does that include your jack of all trades?
I think it does. So, the only person that's able to whip up any useful information about this is Kiki. Piper realizes upon attempting to cast Identify that it's not a magical item, but by using the nature of the spell in order to glean additional information, she's able to quite positively confirm that there is an aspect of the primordial about this. The 4 elemental gods of earth, air, fire, and water. This is a creature that is not of this plane. You've encountered one such creature before, in the form of the giant sea thing that you dispatched in the river.
The sea basket.
Yes.
Yep, and that was before we stole the rocks.
Indeed it was. In fact, you get a similar kind of vibe from this thing as those rocks.
Oh, fantastic! I should make the crab shell a key feature of the water cooler.
You don't reckon we're
Anyway.
being chased by like an ocean white or something?
Anyway, I would say that is probably the perfect time to bring an end to the session.
Sounds good, and I will be heading out. So, see you guys.
See you later, Code. Have a nice time wherever you're going.
Yep. Thanks again for this.
Right. I have finished the ditty that I've been working on.
Aha.
So here's the full thing in its file form. In fact, let me just edit that and add some.
You may want to call an end to the session by ending the feed, unless you want to narrate that little ditty.
I might do. The whole thing is, oh, water wretches wet and wild, you splash and splosh like nature's child, but here's a blaze to dry your soul, a fireball's kiss, you soggy troll. With eldritch might I'll zap you flat, a sizzling spark for every splat. This bridge is mine, you watery blight, I'll sing and fry you through the night. Wall of waves, you bloated boar, spawning minions, will just ignore. A fire grenade to melt your face. You're just a puddle, out of place. 10 of your drips lie scorched and dead. I'll roast your kin until you're dead. A towering tide, laughable farce. I'll boil you down to steam, you arse. And lo, a crab in gilded gleam. Hid your suit, how vain, you mean. Now, steam and served, your shell's our prize. The Bards' fine feast beneath the skies.
Well, an excellent way to end off such a glorious battle. I do say so myself.
Yeah, you know what? Grok is coming on very nicely for that type of stuff. It used to be terrible, and GPT was way better. But yeah, no, Grok 3 is pretty good at this stuff.
And also, yeah, just reiterating, that was a pretty good fight, Ginge.
It was, wasn't
That
it?
was
Yeah.
that was
Yes,
yeah.
Very well paced.
I'm happy you enjoyed it.
You know, I am
Yeah.
also quite glad. I know you said about making us use our consumable items. I'm quite glad we got to use it in a good way. So often in a D&D campaign, you get to the end and you're going, huh, look at all of these cool things that I've stashed in a bag of holding and gone, ooh, I don't want to use this.
Yep. But you know me, I would have found
I'll
an
save
orphanage.
this for a special occasion.
I would have found an orphanage or a church or a town hall to hock it into eventually, but
Yeah.
Right, we'll leave the stream at
No
that
doubt.
point. We have had a viewer or two. In fact, Ginge, one was complimenting you on your
Yes, I
voice.
spotted that.
Yeah.
Not the first, and I'm sure not. Well, actually, is the first. Apparently, the first fable, but
Indeed.
not the first person to say that about my voice.
Awesome. I will end the stream there. Good night to our viewer.
Good night to anybody listening.
Right.
Everywhere.